Well, thank you all for coming this evening. City Council meeting on September 24th. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And we will begin with an invocation from Pastor Brent Williams from Faith Christian Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
Heavenly Father, thank you for Boulder City. Thank you for the City Council. May this town be a caring, happy community. Thank you for our excellent 5-star schools. We are blessed to live here. Grant the City Council wisdom to make good decisions tonight. May they lead us up into the next level, that this town may be a 5-star city. Watch over our police, firemen, and all our city workers, that they may do their duties to the best of their abilities. Please help those in our long-term care nursing homes. Help them to be positive and to make the most of their days. Bless those who work with them with patience and joy. Lord, help us to facilitate thinking and maintain a youthful outlook. Help us to engage minds and encourage risk. Help us to support struggle and cultivate dreams. May we learn something new every day, and may we teach others what we already know. We thank you for our veterans and all in military service. Thank you for this amazing country we are privileged to live in. Keep us growing and loving others just as you love us. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Williams, for your words of encouragement. We do have Councilman Harhay on the phone, I believe. Councilman Harhay, are you there?
Present.
Thank you. Are there any public announcements? We do seem to have a number of fourth graders here for their Nevada citizenship. If you'd all rise, we'll document that you actually did show up tonight. Please stand and we'll give you some recognition. Thank you. All right, we will open them with our first public comment period. This comment period is for items that are listed on the agenda this evening. Each speaker will be allowed 5 minutes. Anyone wishing to speak?
Good evening. My name is Svetlana Stefanova, and I'm the Executive Director of the Damn Short Film Festival. On behalf of our 4,700 yearly attendees, our over 80 volunteers, board of directors, and staff, I'd like to thank the mayor, council, and city staff for their time and consideration of our proposal for the special event promotion grant. Our 16th annual festival will be February 13th through the 16th of 2020, and it occurs at the historic Boulder Theater in downtown Boulder City. We are actually Nevada's largest film festival and are very proud to be one of the top 100 best reviewed film festivals out of over 8,000 on Film Freeway, which is the world's leading film festival submission website. We were also just awarded this year, we were named the best local film festival by the Desert Companion Best of the City Awards. Our mission is to seek out original, unusual, and entertaining short films and make them available to the general public via the annual Damn Short Film Festival. The money from this grant helps us reach new audiences and remind our old ones to join us every February in beautiful Boulder City. Our local business economy gets a great benefit from this festival in the typically slow winter week of February that we have our festival. I will be available to answer any questions, and once again, thank you so much for your consideration and your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Mr. Volz, please state your name.
Good evening, Council. For the record, Fred Volz. Speaking first to item number 3, there are a number of issues with the proposed Raftellus utility rate setting consulting contract. It's unclear whether previous meetings with city staff and a presentation before the Utility Advisory Committee last night are billable events, since the City Council has yet to approve the contract. Page 57 of the support materials proposes both a project director and a project manager, needlessly adding to ratepayer expense when just one experienced manager should suffice, preferably the $265 per hour person rather than the $405 per hour person. The proposed contract calls for a 16.3% contingency fund, or $25,000 worth of fudge factor. If something unexpected surfaces despite employing experienced consultants, a new authorization can be sought from City Council. Finally, nothing has been outlined in the contract to minimize the chargeable hours of the most senior and expensive consultants. These issues indicate city staff should have sought input from the Utility Advisory Committee regarding consultant selection and contract content. Regarding item 15 and the city capital project status, the public and council deserve more clarity than the PowerPoint slides indicate. City staff states $9.4 million of completed capital projects for fiscal year 2018-19, yet goes on to declare $28.8 million of ongoing fiscal year 2018-19 projects and $26.7 million of ongoing fiscal year 2019-20 capital projects. These statistics beg the questions: 1, how many years will it take to complete the ongoing projects? 2, how does the city staff plan to manage and complete almost triple the projects compared to the fiscal year 2018-19 $9.4 million level without new staff or consultant expenses unstated in the PowerPoint? And 3, with just the utility department's past projects since 2015 showing $14 million expended and $40 million budgeted, where are those $26 million unspent sitting right now? Additionally, the PowerPoint contains a future project section with no attached dollars, either by bullet point or summary number. Hopefully the city manager can answer these questions and omissions. As for item 16, I will place on the record tonight a 2019 analysis done by the city's consulting firm regarding detailed repair costs for the existing municipal pool to be used by the appointed pool committee. The total is $10.4 million, a far cry from the $60 to $80 million that has been bandied about this year, including financing costs. This repair report was never publicized by city staff amidst all the other schematics and numbers indicating a new swimming pool complex was the only alternative during the run-up to the June bond vote. The repair option is part of an informed discussion about how Boulder City proceeds with its municipal pool. Also of note regarding tonight's agenda, the city clerk posted an updated agenda packet at 9:15 this morning for tonight's meeting, adding 6 pages to the 627. Nowhere are the additions noted for ease of reference. And for those not on the automated distribution list, there would be no reasonable way of knowing changes had been made just ahead of the meeting. Communication of the nature and location of changes should be a part of the city clerk's posting process. Moreover, let's not wait until the last minute to make such changes. And lastly, regarding utility rate analysis and excess water usage, appropriate city departments would be well advised to set an example and change irrigation timing patterns so golf course and park sprinklers do not operate midday and on windy days, losing large amounts of water to evaporation in the wind. Thank you, and I'd like to ask that my comments be added verbatim to the record.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in public comment? Sir? Please state your name.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Councilman. I'm Charles Bullen, Boulder City resident, involved with USAC quarter midget racing. I know that's coming up tonight. I've done a lot of thought and in a thought process of, I don't know if we have enough information to proceed. I think there's more factual information out there than that needs to be done. And I don't want to, I'm not here to debate or throw a department, but I think that got left alone for so long, and it was really forgotten about. We're willing to work with Mr. Lydecker for his dates. We've always worked around his dates. But I think that sort of was down in no man's land there, and nobody ever thought about, oh, what's going on down in this part of the country. And I really feel that it was sort of forgot about. I don't blame Mr. Lydecker for charging us entry fees, and I don't really believe that the lease was actually read by the counterparts that should have been reading it. And then when I found out that the lease was there in January, I put the brakes on what we were doing because I didn't think it was right, and it wasn't right. Him subleasing wasn't right, but I truly believe he did not know the circumstances of what was really in the lease. I'm assuming a lot here, and you know what assuming does, but I truly believe that we were sort of left down there, and nobody really bothered us. We could sort of do what we wanted, and I don't know if I've got the dates right. I know that track started in 2000 by Mike Chapman, and it was designed to be a track for a couple of local residents to go race their RC cars. Well, it turned into more, and it turned into more, and it turned into more. And before we knew it, we've got RC cars, we've got quarter midgets racing, we've got a lot of other things, well, not a lot of other things, that was basically it. We got flat carts racing down there, and it was all good. And I don't know the date. I know the date that says on their website is 2013 is when that was the Las Vegas quarter midgets, but I don't know if that's the date that they actually started. I saw a Boulder City review date of basically, I want to say 16, 17 arrow, and that's when the quarter midgets started racing. As a track promoter, I understand what Mr. Lydecker was doing. He was promoting that track, but I truly don't believe that the contract was actually read before doing this, and it turned into a fiasco. It turned into something that probably shouldn't have been, but I think it was a lack of keeping on top of things through the city, through us, through everybody. I blame no one, but I think we really need to take a hard look at this and make this a useful track for everybody. I don't think no one should be denied. I never thought no one should be denied. And I hope you take my comments and when your process to vote and due diligence on your part. If you need more time, I truly understand. You know, this is something that arose pretty quickly, and sometimes we need to gather more facts. But I appreciate you giving me the time and the opportunity to speak, and I would welcome any comments that might be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in public comment? All right, seeing no one else, we'll go ahead and close the public comment, and we'll move to the approval of the regular agenda. Madam City Clerk, Mr. City Manager,
No changes.
Mr. City Attorney.
No changes.
Thank you. Council,
No changes.
I'm going to request that item number 16 be moved to follow item number 7. Okay, any other changes from council?
No changes.
Do we have a motion then to approve with changes?
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. Approval of the consent agenda. Madam City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, staff's requesting that the council remove item number 5, please.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
No additional changes.
Mr. City Attorney?
No changes.
Council, any changes? Councilman Adams?
Yeah, at this time, I would like to disclose that I do have a conflict of interest regarding item number 6, which relates to the special event promotion grant for the Damn Short Film Festival. As it happens to be, my fiance and partner is the executive director, Svetlana Stefanova, and so for that reason, I will be abstaining from vote and recusing myself from the consent agenda.
Okay.
Did I cover it all?
Any other changes?
No.
I'm going to ask for item number 3 to be moved to the regular agenda, to be heard first on the regular agenda. Okay. Entertain a motion then to approve with changes.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with changes.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Okay, we will then move to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the...
Oh, excuse me, we're done with that.
Oh, okay.
That's why the
Never
city
mind.
clerk's looking at me.
Check.
All right, we will then move to item number 3, I guess, then, is what we've moved from the consent to the regular agenda. Resolution 6990, in agreement with Raftellus for a utility rate study. Mr. Porter?
Yes, I can certainly summarize quickly what's entailed in that agreement and then answer any questions you have. The city did go through a selection process for the rate consultant selection process. That scope of work included project initiation, data review, stakeholder engagement, comprehensive utility planning, which includes forecasting revenues, forecasting capital and operating expenditures, looking at cash flow forecasting and revenue adjustments, as well as summarizing financial plans and revenue requirements. The scope also includes the cost of service analysis, which is a really important part of the analysis, as well as the rate design, which we'll be looking at different rate structures than we may have in place today and looking at some options for that, as well as providing a rate model that staff can use moving into the future. The total cost for the Raftellus consulting contract is $173,860 for the defined scope of work. I did ask that an additional $25,000 be provided in the contract in the event that something comes up that we need to address that may arise and there's something we don't know about. So the budgeted amount for the rate study was $250,000. The total contract in front of you tonight is $198,860.
Thank you. And again, the reason I'd asked for this to be moved to the consent agenda, I had brought up a couple of issues during my briefing yesterday. One, this contract was entered into before any action by council. Two, the process used to arrive at that was not included in the packet. My understanding from the meeting yesterday was the purchasing manager, Mr. Sikora, had indeed gone through and done a matrix of how many respondents were there to the RFP?
Oh, shoot, I forgot already.
6.
It was around 6 to 10, I believe. I can't remember the exact number.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, there it is. I have the memo.
Okay, and then in that scoring matrix, there are different metrics that were scored by the people on the evaluation committee.
Correct. So just a really quick summary of that. In that evaluation, we looked at, as part of the proposal, we looked at qualifications, the history, the certifications, and that was probably the biggest When it comes to the number of points allotted on the scoring, that was the biggest criteria. The response to the RFP provisions, because there were provisions they had to indicate that they could meet. References, because we did call references, as well as taking a look at their fee. Those were all smaller components, because when we look at these types of consulting qualifications is the basis on which we typically choose the consultants. The evaluation process was led by Paul Secura, the purchasing manager. That memo we can make public and available for council as well as the public that outlines that process.
Okay. And again, the point being that I think the term that kind of got bandied around at the meeting yesterday was we didn't just pick things out of a hat. There was a process that was gone through. Each of the respondents were scored for the way they had responded to the RFP. Cost was also a factor, I believe, is one of the metrics.
It is one of the metrics. It's a smaller metric because we end up negotiating as well. We also had Paul Secura, the purchasing manager, the city manager, had him look and do some comparisons to how we select consultants with similar to the Regional Transportation Commission, the Southern Nevada Water Authority, some of the other cities, to see if that criteria was similar and the process was similar, and we're very much the same, if not more, a little more rigorous.
Okay. Any other questions from council?
Mayor, the purchasing manager is here if you have any additional questions that you want to ask about the process.
Mr. Sikora, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, sir, just quickly.
I believe
he didn't really want
that
to.
was kind of a hint for you.
Thank you. When we first published this solicitation, we published it in the Nevada Government e-Marketplace, which is an online tool that we use, that all the government agencies use to publish their solicitations. This went out to 3,063 vendors. During the course that it was advertised, there were 13 questions that were received and we answered via an addendum, and we received 6 proposals total. So this received wide distribution. Just wanted you to know that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Harhay, did you have any questions on this item?
The only thing that I would suggest is that I would hope in the performing this facility, the contractor take a hard look at the regressive portion of the utility billing in terms of the connection fees. We want to encourage conservation, but even the most aggressive conservation will not reduce the connection fees. And for a sizable portion of our population, those connection fees present a real challenge. So I would hope that they would look at that and come up with perhaps some alternatives in their study to what I believe to be excessive connection fees. And that's my only comment.
And I know that also was brought up last night by the Utility Advisory Committee as one of the issues that they would also like to have looked at to see if anything can be done to reduce that fixed cost. And the consultants did respond that they understood and would be looking at that. Just to address the other issue about how this came about and with no input from the Utility Advisory Committee, the timing of when the committee was created, how the first meetings were finally established. This process had started earlier than that process, and unfortunately they were not able to give input on the process itself, but they did have a review of it last night, and any input that they had was recorded during the meeting last night.
Yeah, and then just to provide some feedback on that, I think the meeting was well received. The information that was provided by the consultant was very detailed. That is information that we will be eventually sharing probably in a workshop format or some type of format with City Council as well in the near future, and we'll be having those discussions moving forward. The rate structure issue is covered in the scope of work, and the consultant is well aware of that issue, and we'll be looking at various menu of options and how those impact, whether it's the basic service charge or how it impacts the commodity, and we'll be looking at those options.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I just had one, Mayor. In the last, and this I wanted to voice just for the record, I know that in our last rate study, they just across the board raised our rates. And so I just wanted to make sure that this one is more in depth, I guess, than the last rate study was, and looking at different options and different utilities and where funds are going, funding, that it has a very clear goal of what we're asking for.
The consultant is very well of what we're trying to accomplish, and they have reviewed and seen the previous rate study as well. And so moving forward, we'll work through all those issues, looking at those options, because they did do just kind of across the board on the basic service charge as well as the commodity charge. Obviously, we'll be looking at those differently this time.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, I'll go ahead and move then for approval of Resolution 6990.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, that's unanimous. We'll move now to item number 7, Resolution 6985 regarding a lease for the quarter scale racetrack.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Brock Armentrout, your contracts real estate manager for the city. This item was first heard in August at your second meeting to consider an amendment to the existing lease with the RC Quarter Scale Association of America to add additional uses to the lease so that they could, in addition to radio-controlled vehicles, also allow human-occupied vehicle racing on the track. After much discussion, the item was tabled, and the leaseholder, as well as several interested parties, were asked to provide additional information. That list of additional information is provided in the staff report that was sent out to those known parties. The information that they provided is included in your report from the Lydeckers, who are the president of the RC Quarter Scale Association of America, the Mr. Charles Bullen, provided materials, as well as Mr. Reichart, who represents the Las Vegas Karting Championship, who also had events at the site. So the materials on your site, I believe they are here to answer the questions you may have. If you're so inclined to amend the lease, then you would move on to item B of the agenda and introduce the bill. If you're not so inclined to amend the lease, then no further action is required, and item B would just fail due to a lack of introduction.
Thank you. Questions from council?
Yes, I have a question. Just to make sure, if we did not vote to amend the contract, the lease, the existing lease would continue in full force with all the rights and privileges that the original leaseholder and the present leaseholder has. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Adams?
I guess I just more so make some comments in general about, if we were to move towards amending this lease. I personally am not opposed to the idea of having human-driven vehicles on this track. However, once we do start to talk about, having commercial interests at this track, subleasing and then, all that sort of stuff, that's where I start to get I do have some concern about that, just because of the, perhaps the precedent it kind of sets. We have a nonprofit who, the reason this track was kind of, originally leased out, and the reason it was operated was for these RC cars, and so that's what they're doing. And like I said, I'm not opposed to moving, to allowing other uses potentially, but I do start to get a little concerned when we start to talk about potentially commercial, because then that's actual money that the city could be making in that way. So I just wanted to make those comments and hear what council also had to say.
Any other comments? Councilwoman Folda?
In reply to Councilman Adams' response, that anyone that wants to, my understanding is that anyone who wants to sublease and do anything besides the RC group, that they would have to get a special use permit through the Planning Commission. And so that would be another check and balance of who gets access to that.
Actually, they've already amended their conditional use permit so that these additional uses are already listed under that revised conditional use permit. But they would have to submit a calendar of events for the year, and the city special event committee would then review the calendar of events and determine if any special additional impacts are going to occur in the city, which would require public safety input. But currently under the old lease or the present lease, they do provide that list of all the events that the RC cars are going to have. If the lease is amended, they would still provide that same list, but I would imagine it would also list the additional races by the midget racers or the flat cars.
So are you saying that they would not have, anyone that wants to use human use cars would not have to go through the Planning Commission?
Correct. It's already been to the Planning Commission to have that provision.
Oh, they were
added.
already,
Yes.
not that they don't have to, but that they already have.
Correct.
Okay. Those individual groups.
The individual groups would not have to, since the conditional use permit itself has been amended to allow that type of use on the premises.
Okay. So basically any group that falls underneath that use could use it and that doesn't go through the Planning Commission.
Provided they work something out with the leaseholder.
Okay.
And you amend the lease. If you don't amend the lease, then the amendment to the conditional use permit is feel good, but it's of no force.
If I may clarify the question and perhaps the response to your concerns. Going forward, any other entity that might want to enter into a sublease with the current group that is leasing from the city, they still would need to follow the process of applying, and then ultimately that request will come to City Council, because under the lease terms, the City Council ultimately has to approve any sublease that goes in. The other question, and really directed to Councilman Adams' comments, is when the city entered into this lease, they entered into a lease with a nonprofit and did not charge the market rate for the public land. So it's a nonprofit using public land for a public purpose. If you are looking to potentially open or approve a sublease with a commercial operation, that now changes the dynamics, where you're in essence potentially given a gift of public asset or funds for a commercial enterprise, and that may potentially be problematic, and we would have to have the city attorney weigh in to make sure that there are no issues in terms of legalities of giving away public assets or public funds. Again, originally, it was a nonprofit for public good, and if you're going to allow for subleasing, you may want to make sure that you consider as a matter of policy that it stays still true to the original intent, which is nonprofit for public use, or public benefit, I should say.
City Attorney, did you have anything to add to that?
It certainly would be cleaner if you're dealing with two nonprofits, right? And I believe one of the organizations, one of the entities expressed a willingness to do so, to create a nonprofit. But we don't have that for the council today. There was efforts made by the city because of past practices. It wasn't a nonprofit, it was a commercial enterprise, to put terms in that lease provision where the city would get paid for the use of that track outside of that nonprofit. So those terms are in the lease agreement that's before you for introduction. But of course, it, as the city manager has stated, it would be easier if they were both nonprofits that we're dealing with. Again, that's not the case.
Hi, Bob.
So would it entail a separate, reading a separate bill in order to amend that lease so that it would specifically be, oh, shoot, excuse me, so that it was just, sorry. Oh, now that everybody's got some entertainment, so that I can think of what I was going to say. So if we wanted to amend the lease so that they could only lease, sublet to a nonprofit, that would be a separate bill item as opposed to a change of the amended lease now.
Tonight would simply be the introduction of the proposed lease. When it comes before the council, certainly any amendments to that can be made.
Between now and,
yes.
and the actual.
Yes.
Oh.
So if it's the council's desire to move forward with a consideration of the amended lease, tonight would just be the introduction of that. And then at a following meeting, it would come before the council, and it certainly could be amended at that time and in between as well, before it comes back for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about the interruption.
Mr. Harhay?
Yes, if we approve this amendment, I see that this is a opening of a whole new can of worms for unanticipated problems and unanticipated contingencies. For one thing, we would become business partners de facto with whoever's the subleasor who's collecting gate revenues and who in our operation is going to be monitoring and auditing to make sure that we're getting the full measure of our percentage. The other thing is regarding a potential for catastrophic accidents. I know that there's a pristine safety record to date, but an accident is defined as what it is. It was not intended or anticipated. And there could be a catastrophic incident at that facility with human driven vehicles, whether it's either children or adults. And I recognize that there was some attention to that in requiring a $5 million liability increase for human-powered racing. But the people that I know that are in the personal injury law business, that's a laughable amount. And quite honestly, there's a number of things other than that are unanticipated, we cannot see in the future. I have absolutely no problem with that facility being used for what it was originally intended, for what it was built for, and for the enjoyment of the people who have RC model race cars. I do not see that even though it has been used for these midget cars or other types of racing, that it's an appropriate use or an appropriate activity that the city wants to become involved in. And so in that regard and others, I would oppose the amendment to this lease.
Thank you. Anyone else? I do have a couple of concerns, and one is, just as Councilman Harhay had stated there, this is a change in what's happened. Having spoke to some of the people that are involved in this, I don't think there was anything ill-intentioned that happened here. Someone mentioned in public comment at the outset of the meeting that perhaps due diligence wasn't done on the part of the city. I think that's a possibility, at least in the background material that was provided in our packet. There was an email, I think, from 2008 that basically was asking who the contact person is. They would have to get back to them, nothing about use of the track, things like that. Apparently it was known that these midget racers, go-karts, flat cars, whatever it is, but the human-driven cars were being raced out there, and no permission had ever been obtained from the city, no qualifications for the track had been done. It was just, well, hey, there's this track out there and we'll start running cars on it. The problem that we get to is I believe it's 4 acres of land that's out there. It's city-owned land. No one's ever paid the city for that land. And yet it becomes an ownership thing, apparently, with different groups thinking, well, I have rights to this. And that's changed over time, where it was for nonprofits, for people to go out there, and when we talk about RC cars, these are radio-controlled cars. They're relatively expensive. I'm sure they cost hundreds of dollars, but they don't have people in them. There can certainly be property damage. Could somebody be standing by the track and be struck by one? That's certainly a possibility. But when we get into these situations, and it has happened frequently over time here in Boulder City, where whether it was for-profit or nonprofit, it seems like every fun idea that comes along that somebody needs a lot of land for, they can come to Boulder City and say, we want you to use your land and we'll do whatever we want with it after a period of time. We had a situation, it was for-profit, motocross track out in El Dorado Valley. I believe that was 50 acres of land out there. The people that had proposed that apparently were never able to make that happen. At least they couldn't do it over time. There was at least one fatality out there. I believe that the city was drawn into a settlement for injuries that occurred out there. In addition to the fatalities, there were a number of injuries out there. That puts the residents of Boulder City on the hook for paying for something that they may not participate in, may not approve of. But it seems that we always get into this, well, somebody can make money off of it, so it must be a good idea. The special use permit that was approved by the Planning Commission, at least looking through the background materials for them, I'm not sure what they were looking at, how they came to the conclusion they did, other than, hey, this is a lot of fun, people want to do it, we might make some money off of it, go ahead and do it. When we get into something like an effort where we're doing racing with human beings, and most of these are children, I think it puts us into a whole different class of consideration, and I'm not sure that our Planning Commission has the expertise or was provided with the expertise that would allow them to make a decision about this. They did make the decision, they approved it, but I don't know that we've ever had something like that come before the Planning Commission, and certainly the current members of that Planning Commission. So the decision appeared to me to be based on somebody wants to do it, it's fun, we might make some money, go ahead and do it. Probably not a good idea. The other thing that evolved with this was different groups apparently decided, well, we don't like what you're doing, so we're going to take over. I've heard stories of locks being replaced, people being locked out of the facility. As I've told a couple of the participants in this, the easiest thing for Boulder City to do in this whole situation is to not renew the lease and cease all operations out there. That way we don't have different groups fighting with one another. We don't have liability on the part of the city. All of these things just go away if we say no more lease. And apparently the lease hasn't been looked at in 11 years. That's a long time not to know what happens on your land, especially when we're talking about vehicles that can build up some speed. I guess these RC cars can go up to 40 miles an hour. The human powered, I guess, are limited to less than that, but there are humans in the cars. So I have a real problem with deciding this based on the information that we have right now. I do compliment the people that are involved in this. They did try and pull a lot of information together to give to us. It's been mentioned earlier tonight that at least one of them is willing to look into getting a nonprofit status. But of course, they're looking to see, well, is it a real possibility that they would have use of the track before they go through the process of creating a nonprofit? That also tells me that we're rushing this process. We're putting the cart before the horse here. Now, I don't know the impacts that delaying this would have. If we do not renew the lease at all tonight, what are the possibilities of that?
It's not a renewal, it's an amendment. So the underlying lease would continue, as Mr. Armentrout has stated.
But I believe that lease is up for renewal in October. I mean, I know it's been an automatic renewal, but...
It is, and there's also the opportunity as well for a termination for convenience clause with 90 days notice. So, but before the council tonight, on the agenda, right, is the consideration of this, of whether they want to introduce that, the possibility of amending the lease.
And how would the renewal aspect be reviewed that would be due next month? Who's looking at that?
Go ahead, Brown.
The terms of the lease now. As Holly turned me off. Terms of the lease, it's an automatic renewal unless we give notice 30 days prior to the renewal date that we do not intend to renew. It renews on October 17th. So 30 days would have been last week. So as it is right now.
That game's up then. We don't have that possibility.
For the automatic renewal denial. But if you want to terminate the lease, as the city attorney indicated, we do have a 90-day terminate for convenience clause where we would just tell them at whatever time we're directed that in 90 days we're terminating the lease.
Okay. I also have this concern where we have one nonprofit that has exclusive use of the track, and yet we have other people that have an interest and are essentially at the mercy of the leasee on this. Is that correct? I mean, they have no other option than to try and approach the other person and work something out on a sublease?
At present, that's correct, assuming you amend the lease.
All right. Comment?
They are the party that has the agreement with the city. And so they control that bundle of rights, if you will, for that term, for that time period. And so, yes, that's how that operates.
Maybe if I could just add some clarification. The tenant does not have the ability to sublease. The council has the ability to amend the lease to allow another use, but the tenant cannot. It would require the amendment, which is what the bill is today, the intro. So they just can't. The city is the property owner, of course, and that has to come through us. They do not have the ability to sublease to these different groups for different uses.
I'd like to make a comment.
Councilman Harre?
The comment is, we have a very simple decision to make tonight for which we have received information. And although you have indicated your displeasure in renewing the lease, I think that's a completely separate issue and should be on a future agenda for additional discussion. And I would rather just have a vote as to whether this should be amended or not. As it has been agendized, and talk about the other issue later. Because I have not given any consideration to terminating the underlying lease, and I don't know what other council members have thought about that either. But I have made a determination based upon the facts that have been presented to me as to what we would do in terms of this amendment. And I think that we should respectfully center our attention on whether we're going to amend it or not tonight and move on to that other issue in a separate meeting or a future meeting. Actually, I believe it's caught that suggestion has blindsided me, and I'm sure it has blindsided other folks. And again, I want to restate, I had absolutely no issue with the RC track being used as an RC track. However, again, I'm kind of surprised that there is opposition, which I've never considered, and I don't think I'd like to make the decision on that tonight without some further introspection and discussion with the community and the folks who are actually the leaseholders, because I'm sure that they were not considering having their lease terminated. And it's just not, that I believe it to be, quite honestly, an unfair thing. So I would hope that let's have the vote on whether we amend it or not, and go on from there. That's my input.
Thank you. And just to clarify my position on it, I understand that what is before us tonight is to either accept this or not as far as the amendment goes. That really wasn't the discussion that we had at the previous meeting. The discussion was to bring forth the information about these groups so that could be evaluated. So I do understand that that's the way it's been agendized. But that wasn't the discussion at our prior meeting. The discussion was to try and find out what was happening down there. Because once again, we had groups locking each other out. We had people claiming use of the track. We had different uses being introduced to the track. But I do understand that tonight, at least, that's all that's before us, is to either accept this amendment or not accept the amendment. I would ask Madam City Clerk, do we have the ability to give additional instructions tonight that would follow along with the instructions given at the last meeting or the prior meeting?
It says for possible action, so the council absolutely can provide a directive to staff.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Mayor, I am in favor of making the amendment. However, I do have concerns with the logistics of how that's going to work and how the leaseholder is going to work with rent, subleasing that, and how the city will be able to react and have a checks and balances of who they're subleasing to. Obviously this is a concern, especially since this track has kind of this lease has not been looked at for a number of years. And so we obviously don't want that to happen again. And then this is also an organization we're having a lease with. And so organization presidents can change, and that can change the whole dynamic of what we're trying to work with, because who can work with each other right now could be different next year or 5 years from now. And so that's where my concern lies. And if there's a way that staff can make the amendment clarify those things, I would be in favor of the amendment.
Any response from staff?
Well, if so directed, we certainly would make those amendments in the bill if it were to be introduced. As a reminder, with any amendment, it would require 4 positive votes when you do vote on the amendment when it is brought back before you. So if there aren't 4 positive votes, we'd be doing a lot of work to be voted no.
Councilman Adams?
So just to clarify, we would need 4 votes on the amendment. That's what you were saying, right?
Correct.
So for the next, this one to introduce or not, so.
Yeah, correct.
To Tracy Folda, or to Councilwoman Folda's point, I also I'm interested in having the discussion. I don't necessarily have a problem. Things change over time. I don't think it's wrong to reconsider. Certainly, here we are now talking about the lease now, so it may have gone, we may not have discussed it for some time, but we are now, and I think that that's good. If we were to discuss this and look at amending it, there are things that we could do. Perhaps having changes in that amendment so that, there is a annual or semi-annual, reevaluation of what's going on. But I will say that I'm interested in the conversation, but obviously, like Mr. Armentrout pointed out, if we don't even have a potential for 4 votes to move forward, it would be a lot of work for nothing, for more or less. So that's where I'm at.
Well, I would just say I don't like the structure of this where we have one entity that has changed over time that controls the track if there are other entities that are interested in the use of the track. I understand that's not what's before us tonight. What's before us tonight is to essentially let the existing leasee become a subleasor for different purposes than the original intent of the track.
That's correct.
Okay. I would say then we would probably need to take a vote on that, and then we can discuss possible action, further action, or further direction to staff,
A vote on what?
whether to accept the amendment or not.
Well, no, because it's just a bill introduction, so there's no action on a bill introduction.
Or this evening?
Right. So what you could do is you could introduce the bill and provide staff direction as to what you would like to see when the bill comes back for consideration at the next meeting. And although I understand your concerns with the track, down the road, it can be an agenda item to discuss the future use of the track while allowing the amendment. You know, there's a variety of things that could occur to satisfy some of your concerns, but the action, you can't take action on this amendment. It's for intro only, but you can certainly provide staff directive or not introduce the bill at all, but somebody can introduce the bill, but you can't take any action on the amendment.
Okay, well, and again, when this came up at the last meeting, I thought that's what we had done, was to provide direction to get additional information to discuss that further, but.
Mayor, if I remember correctly, I think the directive at the last meeting was for the individuals involved were to provide information to the council, and that's exactly what did occur. So whatever information they provided, it's in your packets. In terms of the midget car, the guy from the racetrack.
The human part.
Exactly, the human car. So you did receive that information.
Well, we did, but that was requested with the intent of discussing what the use of the track was, but the information's there. I understand that.
In my recollection, there was no real discussion about canceling the underlying lease at the last meeting that we had this discussion.
No, and if
close reading of the minutes will determine whether who's correct on this or not, but I don't believe, my takeaway was that there was never a discussion of canceling the present lease. The only thing is we needed more information on what the heck was going on down there with all the turmoil and all the parties involved. And as far as I know, the people with the underlying lease, the present lease, if this amendment was not approved, have no intention other than to continue to provide the track for RC model usage. And that's my takeaway. So I think, Mr. Mayor, you're correct. It's really two issues. And the one I think before us is the one that's on the agenda. And of course, as City Council, we could take a look at the other component of it. But I think before we cancel somebody's lease, there should be more information from the staff and a staff recommendation if that's an appropriate action. If there's been some other mistake or error other than this kerfuffle with the subleasing that has taken place. So I would humbly suggest that let's vote on the amendment tonight that was agendized and instruct staff to investigate whether we really do wish to terminate the underlying lease. I don't believe that was the direct discussion at the last council meeting, and I'm sure that the present leaseholders, as well as myself, are blindsided by that coming up as an alternative for action tonight.
Well, then let me clarify just a moment that I'm not saying that that's the action before us, and I don't believe I have said that. I'm talking about the status of the contract overall. Cancellation is one possibility of it. The other, to get back to what has now been clarified for us, all we're voting to do is either introduce this or not introduce it. Councilwoman Bridges?
Yeah, okay, so I just wanted to be clear. So if we make a motion to introduce the bill, correct? And it specifically says to allow for midget car racing at the quarter scale racetrack. Does that have to be the only part of that amendment? So if we wanted to include, for example, city oversight on who it was sublet to, that it would need to be a nonprofit, those kinds of specifics could be addressed in the amendment process, and it doesn't just have to be allowing for midget cars.
Correct.
Correct.
You can make that amendment at the next meeting when the matter is actually comes before the council for deliberation and action on the amendment itself.
Okay, could I call the question? Could I make a motion to introduce Bill 1861, waive the reading except for the title?
Bill number 1861, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City approving amendment number 00-674A to agreement number 00674, a land lease agreement between the City of Boulder City and RC Quarter Scale Association of America for the construction, maintenance, and operation of a radio-controlled model vehicle racing facility on Quail Drive. This bill will be considered at the October 8th regular City Council meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second. There's no second on an intro, so
Just doing the intro.
Yes.
Okay. We'll move on then to item number 16, the ad hoc pool item.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
The City Council established the Municipal Pool Ad Hoc Committee by Resolution 6984 at the September 10th regular City Council meeting. The committee will be comprised of up to 7 citizen members and will report to the council no later than May 31st, 2020 regarding options for rehab of the old pool or construction of the new pool. Volunteers were included in your staff report, and then it was amended yesterday to include other volunteers. Those were emailed to you, and then today we had somebody submit a volunteer data sheet, which is on the dais in front of you. So you can talk about the process, Mayor.
Well, it's your process. I'll go ahead and give a brief description, and then if Madam City Clerk would like to expound on that, I would certainly welcome that. In the past, when we've done these, it gets very confusing when we have a large number of names and we have a limited number of positions. So what the Madam City Clerk has come up with is we have a list here. Each council member is listed. Each person who has put in an application is listed. We will each indicate our preference. Madam City Clerk will then tally those up, and we will then see if we need to have a second round. Does that summarize?
Yeah, and we talked about submitting it, and I could tally it and go on a break, but you can just announce it. I'll tally it on my sheet, and we can do that if you want to read them out loud. So whatever way you prefer.
I like the tally thing just so that it makes life a little easier for you. But Councilman Harhade, did you hear that explanation?
Yes.
Okay, and I know that you're not here to complete the sheet. So if you like, I can read each person, or if you already have a list that you have, you can indicate your list now.
Okay, I have not prepared a list, but I do know some of the people that I would nominate for the committee.
Well, if you want to name those, I believe Madam City Clerk will keep track of your responses.
Okay, the first of which is, let me pull up the Mr. Jeffries, who is financial background, and I think that's a crucial area that for this committee, someone with finance experience. Also, a person with hands-on experience in terms of the pool construction, who's done work on large pools for the resorts in Las Vegas. And let's see, oh, his name. Yeah, that's Chad Anderson. Was another one that I saw is there. And if there's a third one in terms of government, Judith Hoskins, having experience in putting together plans and project management type of individual. So those are the three that made my top three list on for this committee.
Okay. I have my sheet done. Anyone need extra time or?
Just to confirm, to clarify the process. So, we'll go through here, I'll list, my 7. And then after what would the potential second round look like? There was that.
If there was a tie, we would just take the top, there would probably be some that were clear.
Okay.
And then we'd have to just keep breaking it down. Appoint the ones that are clear and then determine how many seats are available and then do another round.
Gotcha. Yeah, because, based on who potentially makes it the first round could maybe potentially change who, because wanting a well-rounded thing, so, okay.
And I would also encourage any member of council right now, if you have anything that you would like to say to advocate for a person or perhaps something that would not be in someone's favor, feel free to make your comments now.
It's the 7th one that's so hard, right?
The only comment I would have is I was a little disappointed that we didn't have more people with finance and direct construction experience, as well as project costing, which I think are the 3 most important elements in getting this pool built. It's got to be financed, and the voters have already indicated they don't want to do that through taxation, real estate taxation. So that's, I think, a deficit in terms of what we need for members on this pool committee. There are some wonderful people that have applied for this, and their experiences essentially being either coaches or being active participants at the pool. But unfortunately, I don't feel that's sufficient in terms of what we need at this point at this time. We need to have people that can figure out exactly how we go about this, how do we raise the money, how is it being paid for, and some perhaps innovative thinking in that regard. But I do want to thank everyone that has submitted an application for the committee. And again, it's just my own personal preferences as to what I feel is important for it to be a contribution to the successful outcome of the advice that would come from this committee to get our pool built.
Any other comments from council? Mr. Adams?
I guess I'll make comments on my selections here that I have made. Kind of to the point, so I went ahead and was thinking about how, I did want this to be well-rounded, make sure that we had people from different backgrounds. So with regards to pool maintenance and construction, I've selected Chad Anderson, David Cohen, and Matt DeTeresa as 3 of those people. With regards to having competitive swimming knowledge, Sarah Carroll, I think is an excellent choice. In fact, she was the very first person that came to my mind when this was first being discussed. She was the first person I went to and just asked, would you be interested in doing something like this? And that she is, I think, is very good. As far as having a strong financial backgrounds, I think Carol Jeffries and Marty Reel would be excellent additions. And then, which leaves me with the last one, I went ahead and selected Judy Hoskins, just because out of all of the ones, she put an emphasis on research and, potential other, researching other fundraising avenues. So I thought that was important and made her stand out. And also to note, Marty Reel, Carol Jeffries, and Judy Hoskins all have board experience, which I think is going to be a strong suit, being that this is a very timely matter. So those were my selections.
Any other comments?
I'll give my list. That I had, and again, I also felt that the financial management was a very important part of this, and about having a well-rounded committee. Carol Jeffries, Marty Reel, Sarah Carroll, Judy Hoskins, Matty Teresa, Chad Anderson, and David Cohen. Did I have? Was that 7? Okay.
Councilwoman Folda?
I just want to say we have a lot of good applicants, so it makes this hard. So, but I do want to vote for, I tried to break it down between pool experience, financial experience, and so my nominees would be Chad Anderson, David Cohen, Matt DeTeresa, Judith Hoskins, Carol Jeffries, Martin Reel, and Terry Stevens.
I guess you don't really need the sheets, you just need my names now, right?
That's right.
Okay, I have Mr. Anderson, Chad Anderson, Sarah Carroll, David Cohen, Matt DeTeresa, Judith Hoskins, Carol Jeffries, Martin Reel, and Terry Stevens.
That's 8.
Yeah. So you have 8.
Well, in that case, since I can't get that through, I will leave Mr. Cohen, unfortunately, off the list.
Councilmember Harhay, did you want to add 4 more?
I would add to my list Matt DeTeresa. And in terms of a pool use person, Valerie McNay. But those would be the only 2 names that I would add at this time.
So clearly the unanimous votes are Chad Anderson, Matt DeTeresa, Judith Hoskins, and Carol Jeffries. And Marty Reel has 4 votes. So after the 4th vote, then Sarah Carroll and David Cohen each have 3. Councilmember Harhay, to make this fair, we really should have 2 more people that you vote on. Unless you want to stop here, take those 5 and go round 2.
Those 5 being Chad Anderson, Matt DeTeresa, Judith Hoskins, Carol Jeffries, and then Martin Reel?
Yes. And we can do another clean sheet.
Councilman Murray, did you have any response to Madam City Clerk's question?
I just got the form Giselle texted me. Unfortunately, only part of it came through. Are we to select our best fourth or rank them, or please tell me what we really need to do here?
You've suggested 5 people, and you have the ability to vote for 7, so we would need 2 more.
Okay, Martin Real.
He's already in. Okay, and one more Councilmember Harhe.
Terry Stevens.
So we have a 3-way tie between Terry Stevens, David Cohen, and Sarah Carroll. And we only need 2 more members. We could just have them vote, or have you guys vote on those 3.
Well, let's do another sheet.
All right.
So close.
Actually, we're selecting 3 currently, are we, or just 2? Just 2?
Are we selecting 2 of those 3 or 2 of the remaining?
2 of the remaining applicants.
Anyone need more time? Why don't we start with Councilwoman Folda then?
Okay. My 2 would be David Cohen and Terry Stevens.
Councilwoman Bridges?
Sarah Carroll and Terry Stevens.
Mine are also Sarah Carroll and Terry Stevens.
I also selected Sarah Carroll and Terry Stevens.
Councilman Harhe, do you have 2 names that you'd like to nominate?
Sarah Carroll and Terry Stevens.
So it's Sarah Carroll, Terry Stevens, Chad Anderson, Matt DeTeresa, Judith Hoskins, Carol Jeffries, and Marty Reel. That was pretty painless.
Speak for yourself.
I would just like to add that I really thank everybody who did put their name in there. This was a really hard decision. It was every single person when I went through it, I went, oh, they'd be excellent. Of course I'd want that person, but, in wanting to make sure there wasn't too much overlap and also having the emphasis on making sure this gets done. So it was no slight to anybody whose name I did not suggest, so, because I think anybody would have been really good.
And I just add to that, these will be public meetings. This is a public committee that's been formed. I would certainly encourage the public to attend. There will be public comment periods. We will be seeking information. We have gone through a very long process already on the pool, getting input from the community. But if you have an interest in this, if there's something you would like to suggest that the city might consider as we try and get something done with that pool facility, again, please keep an eye out. We will be posting the dates as we get this going, and I guess that does bring up the fact of when we might have a meeting scheduled. I would just ask city staff if you can look at what is scheduled over, let's say, the next 45 days and see if we can find a date in there that doesn't conflict with other committee meetings and when staff might be available. Not direction to staff, just a request for information. All right, thank you. Okay, now we'll move back to item number 8. I hope so.
These next two items are rather exciting. Item 8 is to award a bid to lease land from Boulder City for additional solar energy development. Back in April, we issued an RFP to solicit proposals from people wanting to lease 1,100 acres from Boulder City for the area known as the Black Hills South site. For those who'd like to know where that is, that's at the mouth of Dutchman's Pass. It begins there at the southwestern boundary of the Copper Mountain 3 project and then extends partway up into the mouth of Dutchman's Pass. It was open from April through August 1st. We received 11 responses and 12 proposals. One respondent provided 2 options with the proposals. All proposals were excellent. So thank goodness we put in our RFP document how we would rank the proposals to make it a little easier for us to choose who we would like to lease from. So of those 11 responses, the number one criteria that we used to rank the highest was that they had to provide photovoltaic, battery storage, and have a power purchase agreement in hand. And then the lowest ranking one would be one that was just doing photovoltaic generation with no battery storage, no PPA. It was just hopefully that they would get one. We had responses that went from the bottom all the way up to the top with only one meeting the top criteria, and that being IBV Energy. They're out of Florida. Their financial package is comparable to the others, and so what rose into the top was the fact that they had a power purchase agreement and can start construction as soon as they get their necessary entitlement work completed for the environmental work and their BLM right-of-way grants. IBV is here to answer any questions you have, most likely to say thank you, but they are here to answer any questions, and city staff is very pleased to announce that is our selection. In general terms, over 25 years, this is expected to bring in at least $58 million. That is before we do the contract. Once we do a contract, of course, we'll get you a more firm number, but that was what their proposal was. So unless there are no questions, I'd like to bring up the representatives from IBV. No questions? All right.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilwomen, gentlemen, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thanks for the opportunity to work with you. We look forward to being a partner with you for a very long time. This is a long lease that we're talking about here. We want to do right by you and be transparent in our development and work with you, and again, be good partners for a long time. I would like to give just a glaring commendation to Mr. Armentrout and the RFP that they run. We bid into a lot of RFPs across the country, not only for land, but for to sell power into utilities. This one was very clear, very transparent, and had clear-cut criteria that we had to meet. So we were very happy with this process. One of the most professionally run RFPs that we've been a part of. So thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for that process. Sorry. My name is Robin Seiss. I'm Vice President of Business Development for IBV Energy Partners.
Thank you. Sir, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
No additional comments, but Kevin Edelman with the Project Development Team for IBV Energy Partners.
All right, thank you. Any questions from council?
Just out of curiosity, IBV, does it stand for anything?
Yeah, so we're an American company based out of Florida. We have a parent company that's in Berlin, Germany, that started in 1991, and IB actually stands for Engineering Bureau. And then Vogt was the founder's name, her last name, Dogma Vogt.
Any other questions? Councilman Harhay, did you have any questions or comments?
and no comments on this.
Well, I would just like to say, as I'm sure you're aware, we have something going out there in El Dorado Valley that we've been working at for a while. It's a great benefit to our community. Welcome to the process. Thank you for putting in the bid on it, and hopefully we can get something worked out and get something going down there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Brock, I did have just one comment on the process, and it relates back to the same type of thing that we looked at for the rate structure. Again, obviously, you had a number of responses to the RFP. We've just heard from the people that they were pleased with the process, impressed with the process, but if we can include something in our backup material that shows how these things were rated. I know you've given an explanation of why they were the favored group, but I think that helps us and especially the public understand how the process works on evaluating the RFPs as they come in.
Understood.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, in your resolution to award the RFP, we did have a close number 2 and a close number 3. So heaven forbid we can't come to terms with the agreement, contract agreement. The resolution then would award the RFP to number 2, which is Techrin Solar. And should we not be able to come to an agreement with Techrin Solar, they would go to the number 3, which would be 8-Minute Energy. I don't anticipate to be an issue, but as staff, we like to cover our bases, and so that we do have that in the resolution.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding the resolution?
I will move to approve resolution number 6994.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Vote on that as unanimous. Thank you. We'll move then to item number 9.
Number 9 is another exciting one. We lease land. With the construction of Interstate 11, the city quickly discovered, as did the cell carriers, that we had very poor coverage along I-11. You may be aware of several accidents that have happened on I-11, and while we don't know if the response was delayed due to poor cell coverage, it certainly didn't help. As such, the many carriers, AT&T, Verizon, and so on, asked the city if we could work with tower providers to provide additional coverage along the I-11 corridor. And also, I'm sure many residents are also very familiar with the Bermuda Triangle. Once you cross Railroad Pass and approach veterans, we all lose our cell signals, and that was also a concern. So we issued an RFP to improve cell coverage along the I-11 corridor. We received 3 responses. All 3 were very good responses, and it boiled down to Wireless Edge Towers 2 proposed more towers than the other 2. They proposed 5 towers. The other 2 companies have proposed 3 towers. That was the primary defining factor in that we wanted to make sure we had full coverage along I-11. This resolution is also written similar to the one for the solar project, that should we not come to terms with Wireless Edge for their tower placement, we will go to the number 2 selection, which would be inside towers. Or should we discover that once they put up their 5 towers, we still have gaps in coverage, we would also go to the number 2 to find ways to fill that gap. The representatives of Wireless Edge Towers unfortunately could not come today. They're from New York, and they actually had to be at another competing hearing in New York tonight, so they weren't able to make it out here today to say thank you. But staff is comfortable awarding the RFP to Wireless Edge and look forward to starting our negotiations for contracts, tower placement, so that we can improve cell coverage along I-11.
Questions from council?
One, Mayor. Will it come back to council on when they actually decide the location of the towers?
The agreement itself will have to come back before council.
Okay.
In this case, it'll likely be 5 individual agreements, since it'll be 5 individual locations.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I guess the only question I have, and do we know what the performance of this company is? Do they have a track record here in Nevada or?
Not in Nevada, but they are an East Coast company and they have towers that go along the entire eastern seaboard.
Okay. And again, with the RFP process, including the metrics, the way the decisions are arrived at, the scoring of them?
We can get that to you.
Okay. And again, it's not only for the benefit of the council, it's also for the benefit of the public. All right. Any other questions? We'll entertain a motion then.
I move to accept resolution number 6995.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Unanimous vote. We'll now move to item number 10. Resolution 6996, approval of economic plan prepared by staff. Mr. Mays.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I am Michael Mays, your Community Development Director. Goal C, Strategy 2 of the 2025 Strategic Plan, Boulder City Strategic Plan, identifies creation of an economic development plan for the community. The city has been working with UNLV since the beginning of 2019 to accomplish this goal. The process included 4 outreach efforts in which we received community feedback on economic development priorities. On July 9th, as you know, UNLV presented to the City Council the proposed pillars and goals for the plan. Tonight they are back to present the draft economic development plan, but most importantly to highlight the proposed measurable action items for your consideration. If approved by the City Council by resolution this evening, staff would work to implement these action items over the next 4 years. And before I turn the podium over to Vincent Nava with UNLV to present the action items, I just wanted to thank again the citizens and businesses of our community for their participation in this process. I also want to especially thank the UNLV team and our Economic Development Coordinator, Rafi Fastekjian, for their dedication and hard work on this project. And with that, I will turn it over to Vincent.
Thank you, Michael. For the record, Vincent Nava, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and citizens of Boulder City, thank you very much for having us here today. We're gonna, as Michael mentioned, we're gonna go ahead and expand on the presentation of our economic development plan. And then there should be a PowerPoint. There we go. All right, so I wanna go ahead and introduce my team. It's composed of Ryan Cunningham, Thomas Jaramillo, myself, Vincent Nava, and Craig Valdez. Together, we are part of the UNLV capstone for the Masters in Public Administration under the School of Leadership and Public Policy at UNLV. And then under the leadership of Dr. Word, that's with us here today, we've been really grateful for her guidance and helping us move along this project, which started back in March, that we started working on it with Michael and Rafi. Now, to provide further background, just as a refresher of everything that we've experienced and we've gone through today, the first phase consisted of the budget allocation and approval of the Economic Development Coordinator, which was Rafi, and he's done a fantastic job in his job. The second part was a partnership between Boulder City and then UNLV. Third step is a commencement of the project, which is our team working alongside with Boulder City and its citizens. The fourth step was a commencement of the survey that was throughout the city, along with the SWOT analysis that we did with the different groups here in the city. And then, as Michael mentioned, in July we presented the pillars, and here today we're here to present upon the action items of those pillars and the goals we intend that we hope to be passed and implemented in the next 4 years. But to explain further on the first pillar, I'm gonna go ahead and call to the stage Thomas.
Hello, for the record, Thomas Jaramillo. So the first pillar that we had was economic sustainability, and the goal of that was going to be to strengthen our relationship with current renewable solar energy partners. To go off of that, the action items, the first action item was going to be to allocate resources to expand the city's knowledge base on the industry through training, seminars, and then so that would allow leadership the opportunity to have the most up-to-date information to go off of when going about creating solar partnerships. Secondly, coordinate an annual event for the city solar partners, kind of a way to strengthen those partnerships as well as gain any perspective that they might have or things that they might be seeing out in the locations. Goal 2, that was to evaluate future opportunities for solar renewable energy in Boulder City. To do this, the action items would be to research emerging trends in renewable energy in the renewable energy industry, and to strengthen the city's market position, as well as the second one was going to be to evaluate and present to City Council additional renewable energy opportunities that can be pursued in Boulder City. And then the last goal of this would be to develop a marketing plan that promotes the community's high quality of life and use that to attract businesses that will further help the community. And then the second part of that would be to study the economic benefits of how this high quality of life in Boulder City can be used to contribute to the local economy. And now I'm going to turn it over to Craig Valdez, and he will go over the next pillar.
Good evening, Council. Craig Valdez for the record. As you all know, Boulder City is home to historical sites and recreational activities, and this pillar capitalizes on Boulder City's current assets to generate economic opportunity for the community. Boulder City is not just a place to live, it is also a place that offers opportunities to have fun, spend time with family, and connect with the local community. And so for the first goal, in terms of leveraging its historic preservation assets to drive local economic development, one of the action items was to develop a campaign that promotes Boulder City as a tourist destination and to secure grant funding for marketing. Another action item is to encourage local business leaders to partner on tourism package offers. And the last action item is to identify and promote a grant opportunity that can offer adaptive reuse opportunities for historically significant properties in the community. One of the other strengths of Boulder City is its recreational assets, and so it is in a unique position to have assets to support tourism. And so one of the action items for this goal is to work with local businesses, the LVGEA, LVCVA, to identify synergy with existing tourism-based businesses and to attract new opportunities. And the last action item is to have city staff attend trade shows and conventions that will promote Boulder City as an adventure tourism hub. And with that, I'll hand it over to Ryan to talk about business retention.
For the record, my name is Ryan Cunningham. So for my pillar, I intend to strengthen Boulder City's economy going into the future, and the key portion of this is job retention. For this, I have three separate goals. Nope. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so for this, I have three goals. The first being that there's been an acknowledged disconnect between City Council and the existing business community. To solve this, I recommend examining the existing policies, their flaws, and then after that, publish a Boulder City business resource guide that can provide solutions and better reach the business community. Well, the second is a better trained workforce. And for this, I recommend developing workshops that build that connect local residents to career training opportunities. And then after this, and then once those those are in place, work with community partners in order to bring these into fruition. Well, the third is infrastructure. Basically the moving parts of all this. It's been admitted that that this is rather long in the tooth, and for this, I have three goals. Well, the first is to survey existing businesses and potential new ones in order to get expectations and suggestions. Next is to take these, work with regional partners, and see how they could be made into actual items. And three, across the board collaboration in order to make these a reality. Thank you for your attention.
All right, and then now we'll go ahead and open up for any questions that the city council may have.
Council?
I have a question, Mayor. So when you look, when you did this study, do you look at, let's see, the value per acre, I would say, of what properties in Boulder City currently create the most financial productivity?
Good question.
And where that would cut, does that make sense to you? That, what businesses or what areas make kind of the better tax productivity in our town?
That's a good question. When it comes to like acre by acre, we didn't take a look exactly at that. We do notice your downtown historic district is a great generator of revenue here. Okay. But then aside from that, it's also the partnerships that you create, such as like solar renewable energy, and also any other projects that you work with BLM or any other government partnerships. But overall, what we did look at was, it was a study, and it's also found in the packet, about the Buxton leakage report, which basically discusses the fact that some of the money actually leaves the city due to residents not being able to have certain items that they want to purchase here in town, so they go over the hill to Las Vegas, Henderson Valley, to go ahead and purchase those items. And then there was like a trend for having more antique stores and specialty stores, that there was kind of like a surplus of those stores, but then it kind of lacked some of the other ones, which is revolved around manufacturing, goods, even sometimes groceries as well too.
All right, thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you. And any other questions we'll be happy to answer as well.
Councilman Adams?
Yeah, one brief question that wasn't really covered too much. One of the action items was publishing a Boulder City resource guide that supports local business. What exactly is that resource guide? What do you imagine that to be?
Yeah, it was kind of more like a, I'll go ahead and let my partners elaborate a little bit more, but what we pictured it was kind of like a guide to be easy to identify the businesses that exist here in Boulder City, and also be able to easily digest, like, we have this going on, if you need this, there's this. I know the city is small enough to be able to do that on its own, but also just like more like self or internal promotion of the businesses that do exist already. So just kind of like highlighting that. And also that guide could also be in turn serve for the tourism as well too, since like you have the citizens already know the components of the economy here, perhaps the tourists don't know, and then perhaps like a guide of like the best places to go to when they come here, we thought would be beneficial. But then did you guys want anything to add on that? No? Okay.
I would just comment on that, and I'm very much in favor of promotion and marketing Boulder City as a whole.
Yeah.
I do start to get a little concerned when we start talking about the city, kind of handpicking this business and that business. Say, hey, go to this restaurant. This restaurant's one of the best here, and this one, that's where I start to get a little concerned. So if it were something in that regards, I'm not necessarily too comfortable with that, but in general, a resource guide that more for those who are coming in. I certainly am not necessarily opposed for it, but I do get a little worried when we start talking about selecting individual businesses and who will be represented and who would not be.
Mayor McManus?
Yes.
I think just to clarify, the intent as it relates to a business resource guide, especially for business retention, is really a resource that would benefit local businesses, giving them information on sources for grant opportunities for them to take advantage of, information on the RDA program through the city, connection to federal and state resources and agencies. So I think the intent there is really to help support local businesses, not so much as a promotional tool.
That's excellent. I think that is certainly something needed, and I have heard comments that, having kind of not a one-stop shop, but, the ability to have all of that information at hand certainly could be helpful.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification, and then I apologize too, because I was thinking about the common, because we also thought about the plan of as a city as a whole, market each other.
Councilman Harhe, did you have any comments or questions?
No, I'm really encouraged by having us develop this relationship with UNLV. I'd like to see more of that in the future.
Okay. One, I would just like to express my appreciation too for the work you've done. Also the work of Community Development Department, Mr. Mays, Rafi. I'm sorry, I always stumble over your last name, so I'm not going to say it. But you've done a tremendous job, I think, in identifying a number of things here in Boulder City. Some of these things have been issues for quite some time. I do have a little bit of a concern, and again, I do appreciate Mr. Mays defining that resource guide a little better as far as it being something that would list out potential city services, state services, that type of thing. I always have a question about where it crosses the line between what government should be doing and what business should be doing. And I think that's a line that actually is fairly clear. And there seemed to be, as I read through this, I think it's about a 100-page packet that you put together. There seemed to be a lot of it saying, well, or indicating at least, that this was government's responsibility to do things. One thing I noted in there was training employees on customer service. That's certainly a worthwhile goal. If you're in the customer service business, you may want to be good at it. But I'm not sure that that's the responsibility of city government to be conducting training for customer service. Providing perhaps some resources, you might contact, Workforce Connections, something like that. But I'm not sure that's something that city government's responsible for.
No, you're totally right about that. How we kind of pictured this draft that we created was that the city, in some instances, led the way, but then created partnerships with businesses. Because I also agree with you there that it should be the businesses that train. That kind of like the way of creating the businesses to go ahead and create those partnerships with the businesses and also the citizens. So we kind of saw this more like a collaborative approach, but in some instances, the city just starting the conversation or just starting the initial response. And I'm pretty sure either Michael could clarify a little bit more about that.
Anything you wish to offer, Mr. Mays?
No, certainly we understand what you're saying, Mayor. And again, this is an opportunity to provide resources and information to support the success of local businesses.
Yeah, it's just the way things are presented seems to be the indication that everything that's presented in the 100 pages is something that the city should be doing or should consider doing.
Well, and that's why with the action items are very clear in terms of what the city would accomplish, and it's going to need the support of local businesses to be successful.
I appreciate that, and that actually brings me to my next topic. That is that there's a statement in there in the executive summary that a presentation was made to the city council in July, and the wording, I believe, was that there was approval given in July regarding the activities that were being conducted by the group. It was a presentation. No approval was necessary, so it was a good presentation. Clearly, they've gone and done the rest of their work in getting this together, so I can appreciate that. The Boulder City Economic Development Advisory Committee, it's a committee that reports to city manager. It looks like it involves a number of different elements here in the city. I don't recall that having been an issue that was approved by city council previously, but certainly looks to be a group of people that should have some input on how things occur. Affordable housing was another fairly prominent part of the presentation. It looks like statement of Boulder City having nearly 20% of the homes being mobile homes. It seems that it's an assumption being made about what is and is not affordable here in Boulder City. Quite honestly, I don't know how anybody defines affordability of housing anymore anywhere in America. It's just beyond me what that line is, although I know that the number is usually put at no more than 30% of your income. Well, again, we get into this, is the city responsible for that? Do we raise people's incomes? Do we force values down? I'm not sure how that we achieve that. And then there was some information in there about the number of housing units that would be required. I think in Boulder City, it gave a figure that we would need 1,000 more houses built here. Again, don't know how that fits in. I think in the state of Nevada, they said there were more than 250,000 new homes would be needed in that affordable price range. And at that point, there were only, 400 and something being constructed at this time. When I look at these things, well, let me get back to this too. This resolution that we're being asked to consider tonight, I'll go ahead and read it. Resolution of the City Council of Boulder City, Nevada, adopting an economic development plan for the city of Boulder City. Whereas the city does not have a current economic development plan, and whereas the City Council adopted the 2025 strategic plan on December 11, 2018, and whereas Goal C, Strategy 2, calls for the creation of an economic development plan, and whereas the city has surveyed the community, and whereas the city has held 4 workshops seeking input, and now therefore be it resolved that City Council approves the Boulder City Economic Plan as outlined in Exhibit A. So essentially what it is we have a 100-page, that Exhibit A is the 100-page report. Is that correct or incorrect?
That is correct.
Okay. As I look at Exhibit A, again, there are a number of things in there that although they're not in your pillars, they are in the plan that's being presented.
Yeah, obviously with UNLV students, they put together a lot of research and information, pulling from sources within the city, as well as their own resources. But again, I think for the council, the focus is the action items. Similar to the strategic plan, there was a lot of background information that was provided, but the direction the council is giving staff is through the implementation of the action items. And so this is also a document that, similar strategic plan, can be modified in the future at the council direction. But it gives staff guidance on the types of items to focus on as it relates to economic development.
Right, and again, though, my concern is I understand that that's your goal with this, is these pillars, but that's not what the resolution says. And I have a concern about that. The other concern I have with a number of these pillars of action that you have listed, city staff going on junkets to different conventions to promote business, that's one very specific thing. there are no dollar amounts listed. I did not see any dollar estimates anywhere in this of what it was going to cost to accomplish those pillars of action.
Yeah, and again, this is a strategic document with the guidance the council provides us. Then we would look to try to implement through the annual budget process each of these items. Certainly, if the council is not comfortable with any of the action items here, you can choose to omit those as part of your recommendation to staff.
Well, I've mentioned a couple so far. I don't believe the city is responsible for customer service training as one. I'm not sure what the level of travel is. The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority spends a great deal of money sending people all over the world, and whether it might be something that we should be looking at instead of having our own city staff develop their own plan would be to work with an organization that is been developed specifically for that and say, while you're out there, we have some materials perhaps on Boulder City, rather than developing our own parallel program to try and accomplish those same things. So that would be another. With the information about the leakage of sales and what should we be doing to try and stop that, I've seen a lot of articles over the past year about things called food deserts, the way those things tend to occur. I know I've seen for myself the retail stores in Las Vegas that are closing. I mean, they're building new homes, and there are big box stores, there are grocers that are closing. So I'm not sure, there really isn't a pillar of action that you have in there, but you have it in the report. We would love to get a second grocery store here in Boulder City. That's something that, what can we do to look at that? So that's a pillar that I did not see listed, unless I missed it.
Again, this is the opportunity for the council to give direction to us regarding the action items. And so if there are ones that you feel are not in it, you can recommend through the resolution the addition of those action items. If there are ones that you don't feel are appropriate, you can omit those.
Okay. There was also an awful lot of focus on adventure tourism, as well as the emphasis on historic preservation or the historic nature of Boulder City. We seem to have worked towards adventure tourism for an awful long time and not gotten a lot of traction in that area. As an example, we have a zip line business here. They were given a lease that allowed them access to a large amount of land. They weren't able to keep up with that lease due to the lack of the business that they had. Terms were adjusted and that sort of thing, but the business just never seemed to get traction. I think, it's been there for years now. We seem to do very well with the bike trails. We have one successful business on that. Others tell me that they do see some benefits from that. But we seem to be focusing on one thing, this adventure tourism, as the presentation went on, or not your presentation, but your Exhibit A, looking at that category, but not doing much for it. With historic preservation, there was a lot of emphasis on advertising that or getting that word out, but I didn't see anything as far as the intent of actually preserving things so that they would be available going on into the future. There are references in there about city resources being devoted for infrastructure such as technology that supports local business growth. I wasn't quite sure what that was about.
Just to answer, going back to the the first parts that you mentioned, we thought when it comes to economies, you could have like a self-sustaining economy. We have a little bit of everything. We could have a specialization economy, and then we thought that those were two of the areas that Boulder City can specialize in, and that can draw further crowds, and it could draw an interest to outsiders of what Boulder City is and what it could offer. Because we thought like adventure tourism, you guys already have the great landscape here. A lot of people over the hill, when they think of Boulder City, they think of like the lake, they think of the dam. And then also too, when it comes to historic preservation, it's something that could be of a great interest to visitors statewide and then internationally. So we thought like the specialization of Boulder City in certain areas, that's okay. If you go back and compare it to the leakage report, the leakage report does highlight that there is leakage, but when it comes to specialized economies, there is going to be leakage. So we thought we were going to go ahead and skew that way. As for your second part, I forgot your second part of the question, but that's a little bit about how our thought process was on that.
Well, I think it went, or that part of it led to about a grocery store that this isn't a Boulder City phenomena. This is a phenomenon that is occurring all over the country. They have dollar stores that are coming into neighborhoods that provide some level of grocery service. We have one of those here in Boulder City. But the traditional grocery store is not being found in the same type of frequency that it was in the past. So I guess what I'm getting at is we're not alone here. We're part of the country that's seeing these same type of things occur across the country. And I guess my final comment then is I'm very hesitant about the resolution, the way it's worded. We have a very long document here. There are some things at the end that are a little more concrete, but there's still no cost estimates involved with any of that. I do appreciate the work you've done. I was speaking with Mayor March from City of Henderson a little while ago, and her comment was, if you don't have data, all you have is an opinion. And I think what your efforts have done is to bring some of that data out in a hard format that we can look at some of these things and start to make some decisions on it. My concern is that we have a very large document that we're being asked to approve as the plan, with only some pillars of action listed at the end of that document, but much more information in there. And I just wasn't sure, is this part of an action plan? We mentioned affordable housing. Is that something that we're approving then? Is that we're going to start looking into building affordable housing?
No, yeah. I think that, kind of like Michael mentioned, I think the focus is just on the action items itself. The rest was just the informative piece of it. And then also, too, we're just here to provide, that's the information that we found in the findings. And overall, it is up to the council to go ahead and amend it or omit anything that they would like. And then I'll have Craig come up here or Thomas come up here, say a few words as well.
So I just wanted to briefly comment. So a lot of the items that you're talking about within the document, a lot of that is whether it's our research or our background information that kind of goes into it. Like as far as affordable housing goes, a lot of what was being brought up was basically things that we learned through our research. And in our actual action items, there's affordable housing. It's a problem across the country, as you had kind of talked about. So as far as the affordable housing issue goes, that wasn't really stated as part of our action plan itself, because it's a problem that's just ongoing. But it was important to put that as background and to make note of it in the report. But as far as making actual action items going for it, there wasn't really anything to go with that.
Okay, and I appreciate that. The problem is when I look at the wording of the resolution, it's that we're approving Exhibit A, and the Exhibit A is that 100-page document. I do understand you have some specific things at the end, so maybe that's it. Maybe we amend this to say only the pillars included at the end of the presentation, or?
That can certainly be the council's direction.
Okay.
Councilmember, again, keep in mind, let me, let me just emphasize that the
I
100
got
page.
promoted.
I'm sorry.
I got promoted.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. It is past 8 o'clock. Mayor, so let me just emphasize again that the document itself does have a lot of information that is, demographics, financial, does talk about affordable housing, which is really an issue that's being taken on statewide, and I expect that the legislature will be addressing and has started to address this issue statewide, but of course, monies have to be allocated, formulas and whatnot to start addressing, affordable housing throughout, the state of Nevada. But having said that, really the focus for the staff is those action items themselves. And those action items, as staff works through those will come before the council in a variety of things, either as an item, an agenda item as we move forward on a particular issue, if it requires funding, other resources, many of those things will have to come through council for approval, particularly if it's anything in which requires, budget approval. So all of those will be coming back through council in a variety of different formats. But ultimately, yes, I think the real item here is to approve the action plan that you have before you, which is in essence, I think what we saw on the slide presentation. And again, as it was mentioned tonight, that this is a living document. It will be changing, as variables change from one year to the next, and emphasis are changing. Whatever is happening in the local or the state, whether it's legislative items, whether it's the economy, that may also influence potentially the direction or the emphasis that we place on that one year versus another.
Thank you. Councilman Harhay, did you have any comments? Anyone else?
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so, and what we're looking at and what we're possibly voting on is simply what was on the slide presentation. And it's, in a way, accepting the document, the actual strategy, the background information, the research, all of that, and adopting what appear to be very general. Sorry, I want to get back to what I was. What seems to be very general action items under the specific goals. So that's all we would be adopting, whereas we're accepting a total report package, because there are things in there that I would like to see more of, that I'm concerned about, that in terms of income, in terms of, I think I brought up when we did the original focus groups that, development and affordable housing comes sort of crashing into our controlled growth ordinance, that and the retail development and things like that.
Well, yeah, and that's a true point, and ultimately because of that battle or that contrast that's going on between those two forces, essentially, that's why it was very hard to actually make a pinpoint action item for us, and but it ultimately is part of the background information. Like, it is essentially what the background information was facts that we were basically explaining and just kind of presenting data. So I'm a little confused on the I guess the confusion about the background information itself, because that's information that we found in our research process.
Okay, so these are very general. I think that was my concern, that these are very general. For example, you said One Stop Career Center. I know there's a nonprofit in town that does direct people to that, that we have nonprofits in Boulder City that do get involved in some of these actions. That there's a way of adopting it that says now there's more work to be done in terms of specificity of these action items.
Absolutely. These are guiding action items. And with that example, it's a perfect example because one of the things I've found in meeting with local businesses, they're unaware of some of those resources. And so providing that connection to help them take full advantage of resources that already exist is part of the objective with these action items.
Councilman Adams?
So just to kind of clarify where maybe some of the concern from some of the other council members are, is the concern that potentially, approving this and kind of de facto that we would be endorsing all, what is said here, with regards to the housing in general. Right here it just says Nevada generally lacks affordable housing, and Boulder City is no exception. Current estimates suggest that Nevada will require 222,000 affordable housing units to accommodate the population's need, while there's only 28,000 currently exist throughout the state. Boulder City has 59 affordable housing units with a need of 1,060 to satisfy its population. When I read that, I'm not reading necessarily a suggestion or an endorsement of us to move in that direction, but like you said, it is just the information that these are what studies show is that this is one thing. Now, whether that's the appropriate creating affordable housing projects is the answer, that I'm not sure, but it doesn't necessarily say that it is. It just says that these are the things. So is the concern that we're approving of or endorsing that idea, or?
Well, there's one thing about approving laws. They become laws. So if they're not clear, that could be a problem. And that, the suggestion I made that this be modified to say that all we are approving or accepting are the pillars that are listed, and not all of the other policy type issues that are listed in the background information. It's all very helpful information. I'm not saying it's not. My objection is the wording of the resolution saying we're adopting everything within Exhibit A, which includes a lot of that information that might say, well, here's the policy you're establishing. We need to be careful about intent whenever we create a law, and that's what we're doing here, or being asked to do, is to create a law that says, here's what we're going to do in the future. So I just think we need some clarity to that we're talking only about these pillars that are listed at the end of this, and then decide, are there any of those pillars that we want to see modified? That seems to be what you had indicated earlier.
Staff is just looking for direction, so yes.
Okay.
So with that, are there any suggestions as to action items that they would like to see removed, or?
Well, the one that I have is the attending the trade shows by city staff. Again, there are literally hundreds of millions of dollars spent by the residents of Clark County and the visitors to Clark County every year in doing those types of things. I would rather see that worded that we will work with the Convention and Visitors Authority to see how they can help us promote Boulder City in the things they already do, in the travel they already have. I think at the last meeting I attended, we approved something like $19 million for an effort over in London that the LVCVA will be doing. Maybe we could ask them to take a few pamphlets with them.
So I do have one question regarding one of these. Under one of the action items, it states, study the economic benefits of how a high quality of life contributes to the local economy. Are we talking about how our high quality of life contributes specifically to our local economy? Or are we just talking about we should just study in general how high quality of life does contribute to, it is a little ambiguous. I know that's kind of somewhat intentional so that it's, like you said, it's this living, breathing document, but it's almost too ambiguous for me to say, oh, are we just studying it ourselves? Are we doing our own homework, going on Wikipedia, or are we doing an actual study, spending money on how the high quality of life benefits the local economy?
Did you want to take that one, or you want me to?
No, the intent there is to look at how Boulder City, with its high quality of life, helps to contribute to the local economy. So it's looking at an internal study and evaluating those assets that contribute economically to our community. And so it would be an internal study. And I guess the other response and concern, and just to echo what the city manager had mentioned previously, this is the guiding document, but we will be coming back to the council with each budget process to evaluate ways to respond to each of these items. And so the council will have, again, other opportunities to evaluate each of those responses and whether that's continuing to go in the direction the council wants staff to go. But this is the initial step to give guidance to staff regarding economic development efforts.
Any other questions or comments? Well, I'll go ahead and make a motion then, based on what I've said earlier, that we modify that rather than saying as outlined in Exhibit A, we'll say that the pillars that are included in Exhibit A, and with the modification of Pillar B, that we work with the Convention and Visitors Authority rather than city staff attending trade shows. Can I get a second?
A second.
Any further discussion?
No. Sorry, no.
Councilman Harhe, any comments or questions?
No comment.
All in favor?
Oh, hold on. Just to confirm.
Dang, I thought.
Just to confirm, I want to make sure I know what we are instead of accepting the whole thing, we are looking to just accept these pillars with the action items. Out of curiosity, what then happens with the rest of that information? Is it just gone? Are we still accepting it?
No, it's there. I think it's well documented. It's part of the information. It's just that whatever policies might be alluded to in there are not going to be part of the pillars of action.
And it also does not reflect the policy of the council because the council's not voting as that as your policy.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Unanimous then? Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, teacher. Thank you, professor.
And again, sincere appreciation to all of you from UNLV, including the professor. I know you did a lot of work on this. You must have read a whole bunch of stuff. You could have spent your time doing something else, but thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to add that I do like the partnership with UNLV. It's, obviously you guys are right in there. You're looking at it now, understanding what's going on right now. I think that's a really good opportunity for us to do that, is, having, the freshest eyes on these things. So I think that's really great.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Item number 11, Bill 1860.
Good evening, Diane Pelletier, Boulder City Finance Director. You have tonight before you a second reading, or we're asking for you to consider Bill number 1860, which is an ordinance amending Title I, Chapter 9. I have a PowerPoint I'd like to go through that kind of gives the history behind these 4 funds we would like to create through this amendment, and some history of how we got here. There it is. Okay. Okay, we have 4 suggested amendments: to create a compensated absence fund, to create an extraordinary maintenance, repair, or improvement of a capital asset fund, to create a vehicle equipment replacement fund. We have an acronym for that one called VERF. Create a revenue stabilization and natural disaster mitigation fund. And we also have an amendment to remove an RDA requirement that each year the council has had to address, and they appear to no longer want to do that, so we're trying to make the removal of this part of this amendment. So a little history on this. PoolPAC is a local government finance group that insures the cities and counties in Nevada. And PoolPAC insurance offers training to help cities and counties be safer and to be fiscally responsible. So we had some training here on April 30th of this year. We hosted a PoolPAC training, which in the morning covered fraud and computer safety, and in the afternoon discussed financial responsibility and ways to make cities fiscally responsible and fiscally stable. So the afternoon session discussed the best practices that are going to be discussed here. So the PoolPAC recommendations during that session was to create an extraordinary maintenance, repair, or improvement of a capital asset fund, and to create a revenue stabilization and natural disaster mitigation fund. Both of these are authorized under NRS. They also strongly recommended, that we create a compensated absence fund to ensure the city has the required resources to pay the contractually liable accumulated leave balances. This is a GFOA best practice. They also recommended that we have a rainy day fund, and we consider our recently adopted ordinance creating a required reserve fund balance of 20%, meeting this. So we reached out to PoolPAC after that session because we were very interested in wanting to do these things, and asked them for more information and for some examples that we could follow. And Churchill County was given as a good example on how to best design these programs for Boulder City. So I'm going to go through each fund and talk about the funding too. And it might be a little redundant, but because it's kind of complicated, I think it needs to be said. So please bear with me. Okay, the first one is called a compensated absence fund. City employees accumulate vacation, sick, and compensated time with maximum allowable balances set by policy based on years of service. The city policy requires a payout of accumulated balances upon the termination of employment. Nevada Revised Statute, Chapter 354, allows the governing body of a local government to establish a fund for specific purposes, provided the money in the fund at the end of the year does not revert to any other fund or be a surplus for any other purpose other than the purpose specified. And the last bullet on this slide is important because the Government Accounting Standards Board policy requires, policy number 54 requires 20% of funding to come from a specific source. If we do not have specific sources, we can't create the funds. So during budget preparation, the city can only project or guess when an employee may leave employment, making this expense difficult to budget on an annual basis. And historically, the city has had years where many retirements occurred, or there was a lot of turnover and a lot of payments had to be made, and there was no money. So creation and funding of this compensated absence fund will help ensure the city can pay the contractually liable accumulated leave balances without having a deficit and having to go to the state for an amendment. So this dedicated fund will resolve that situation and bring the city in line with best practices. So how do we fund it? So per Ordinance 1860, which is agenda item 11, the annual funding will come, and this is the required amount. We have to have sources that we can definitely say will be used for this. So we are recommending that annual funding come from 1% of the 80% of the solar lease revenue that goes into the general fund, and that's about $120,000. Additional funding may come from 10% of greater than anticipated annual revenue and available. And just an FYI, for the last 2 years, we wouldn't have had any money to use to increase the funding. But going forward, we're hoping we have some successful years and we'll have additional money that wasn't budgeted, that's above what we budgeted, that we can use to put in these funds. In addition to that, the resolution 6997, which is part of agenda item number 12, allows the city to budget in the operation and maintenance budget $1,000 per full-time general fund employee beginning in fiscal year 2021 operating budget. And this year's funding would be transferred from the general fund in the amount of $150,000. That would be like the seed money for the first year for this fund. Now we'll talk about the extraordinary maintenance of a capital asset fund. Extraordinary maintenance, repair, or improvement refers to expenses ordinarily incurring not more than once every 5 years to maintain a facility or a capital project in a fit operating condition. Examples of unforeseen repairs and extraordinary maintenance include like a roof repair, air conditioning, replacing an engine in a large vehicle, things like that that you don't really know are going to happen and that happen. These are exclusively for general fund items. They're not to be used for utilities. This fund can also be used for grant matching of extraordinary maintenance, repair, or improvement of capital assets or facilities. So it could be used to partner with other funds. If there was an event where we could get funding, we could use this as match. This fund is authorized under NRS Statute 354-6105. So the funding from this would come from that 1% of 80% of solar lease revenue that goes into the general fund, about $120,000, and any additional monies that, of course, would not have happened the last 2 years. That's the redundant part, but it's important to know that on all these different funds. So the only other item we want to do on this for this year is Resolution 6998, which puts the seed money in there, and that would be transferred from the general fund in the amount of $120,000. And this fund is not the same as the General Fund Emergency Capital Reserve, whose purpose is for infrastructure emergencies like an earthquake or a major street repair or a flood or things of that nature. These are for more the ordinary, unexpected things that happen. So now we'll talk about the VERF. The capital improvement plan approved in May of 2019 included vehicles to be funded by the VERF, Vehicle Equipment Replacement Fund. The total cost of these vehicles were not funded at the time the budget was adopted because we were still creating the committee and coming up with the evaluation process. The Fleet Advisory Committee was created in April of 2019 with the primary assignment of evaluating all city vehicles and equipment for replacement or retirement. The committee created vehicle replacement scores to identify those vehicles that are qualified to be replaced or purchased. They created a vehicle pool, which will improve operations and more effectively utilize underutilized vehicles. So this way here, and I've used it several times. I have to go to a meeting and I can use the pool vehicle, and several staff go together to the meetings. So the other thing this committee did was by getting together, we have representatives from each department, and the evaluation process was done by the whole team. And they reduced that original, what they thought should be the VERF budget for 20 from 700 to 715,000 from 1.5 million. So sitting down and actually rating each vehicle brings the important ones to the top, and then there's a lot of them they decided, no, we can wait on that. So this whole process, I think, is going to save the city money in the long run and help us to better plan our needs going forward. So the funding for the VERF will come from that 1% and additional monies. That's per the ordinance. And in addition to that, in Resolution 6999, beginning in fiscal year 2021, funding for the VERF will include a vehicle lease option, and that's going to be through the O&M, where the city VERF fund will charge the operating budgets of various departments an annual lease price per vehicle based on age, condition, etc. And this amount could go up or down depending on, how the VERF funding is going and what the needs are. So it won't be a static amount each year, but we're going to come up with an amount based on what the needs are at this time. We'll also plan on using auction revenues, scrap metal sale revenues, and other means as determined by the Fleet Advisory Committee. And the current year funding, which is needed because it was not budgeted at the time the CIP was approved, is we're recommending it come from the general fund balance in the amount of $545,000. The Revenue Stabilization and Natural Disaster Mitigation Fund is a long-worded fund, but basically this fund serves an important purpose to stabilize the general fund revenues in case of a disaster. And since we're in September, we all remember September 11th, and then the revenues plunged for Nevada and throughout the country. So having this amount of money set aside so that if this event happens, helps the city plan to how they're going to deal with it and have some monies in the meantime to use to make ends meet while they're deciding how they're going to deal with disasters like that. So this fund is authorized under NRS Statute 354-6115. The funding for this is that 1% of the 80% and additional revenues when available. And for this year, we're asking to put $120,000 from the general fund into this fund just as seed money. And then again, this fund is not the same as the emergency capital reserve, whose purpose is for like earthquakes and things like that. This is on the revenue side. So if the revenues start dropping in the general fund, we can use this money. And I think a disaster has to be declared, and there's a lot of criteria has to be met, and I believe that was in the staff report for us to use these monies. And the last part is the RDA, which I think everybody's familiar with that each year you've had to meet and talk about whether you want to transfer $150,000 from the RDA into the utility budget for utility-related RDA things. And we're just removing that requirement from the code so that you don't have to discuss that every year. You can if you wish. You can do it if you want. You can change the amount. But this doesn't require you to meet and discuss that each year. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Council, any questions?
Yeah. First of all, I want to say this is like deja vu all over again. 12 hours ago, I was sitting in a conference room at Sunset Station listening to Alan Colt talk about these exact items. He is the fellow from PullPack. And I want to thank you for your clear description. I mean, I really did come into this not quite understanding all of it, but I also was interested in the fact that this does protect that money. Mm-hmm. It's not just a way to divide it up, but there are also strategic or other economic benefits for putting this money into those funds.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
In terms of what it looks like the city has available. Okay.
Councilman Adams?
Yeah, I was also at the same little seminar this morning, and he was excited. He literally printed out that resolution and read it out loud to everybody there because of how excited he was that we were doing this. For me, I think one of the big benefits is that we are identifying where this money was already essentially being spent from the general fund. Now we are identifying where that money is coming from, specifically a large portion of it from the lease revenues. So we know where some of that solar lease revenue is coming from, or is going, I should say. And so in my mind, I think that this is a really smart step for us. I think it helps make even things more transparent as to where the money is coming from, where it's going, and as we said, it helps protect the money. I think this is a very smart step for us.
Well, when we had the session here, it was in this room in April. Everybody was at the end of it, looked at each other, and they said, we have to pursue this because it will really help the city a lot to keep it safe and to help meet obligations when they arise, especially unexpected ones.
So I have a few questions. Well, I also want to make it clear, because we were all at this meeting today, that as soon as he pulled out our agenda item, I ran out of the room just to make sure there was no discussion or anything. And this was a class only, but it kind of moved into a more personal item number. So anyways, there was no quorum when that was being discussed.
And I was not there because I had to bring the gift basket, and Al wouldn't let me go to the class.
Shame on you, Al.
So I had a couple questions so I needed a little bit more background on the lease amount monies. I know I'm familiar, we go 80% of our lease amount goes to our general fund and 20% goes to the capital improvement fund. But what is the background on that? The legal, is there anything that allows us to take that 1% or doesn't allow us? What's the legal, is that an ordinance or is that just practice that we've been doing?
Well, it'll come out of the 80% that goes into the general fund. So we are still living by what the requirement is, the 80%.
Okay, and there's nothing that says it can't be used for anything?
It's to be used for general fund purposes, and these are all general fund funds.
Yeah, sub-funds, I guess, subcategory. Okay, and then so I'm assuming then the 10% over amounts that you could potentially use, that's just general fund amount that's over?
Yes, it's the revenues. And we went back and looked, in the last 2 years, we wouldn't have had any. It's possible. We're just closing out the year now, and in fact, the auditors are here this week. They may still be in the building. But we think we may have some excess revenues, and then if that happens, then we'll come back, and I believe it's only during budget time next May where we would ask that these funds be allocated at that time. It would be out of the final annual report, so there'd be an actual amount that we could use to calculate those amounts.
Okay, so when these funds are created, then it still follows the budget timeline. Okay, and then
well, these funds would be created tonight.
Now, right? But the movement of
the funding yes.
for it would happen with the
yes.
And then to the verb, the scoring of the vehicles. And I'm asking this because I know in the capital improvement fund, we've done a lot of voting in the last 5-10 years about purchasing large expensive vehicles like our fire trucks and ambulances and things like that. So when you're scoring the vehicles, that's every vehicle we own?
Yes.
Okay. And then that's so we're planning out long-term replacement of each and every vehicle. So we know 20 years from now, we're going to need another fire truck.
Yes.
And that will be budgeted that way.
The strategic asset management plan, which I mentioned at the workshop, and I believe it is available online, or if it isn't, it will be. I'm pretty sure it will be out there with the budget. That has in there, and we'll have more, we're going to expand on the criteria we use to evaluate all the vehicles. I know there's already something in there, but we may be enhancing that even more. And we also have that pink brochure that we created. And we made it pink so that people could spot it very easily. So anyway, that also explains the criteria to judge it. And as we do that, we'll know automatically each year, okay, we're going to do these this year, but next year we'll be looking at those. Now, something could happen and, a vehicle becomes a lemon in the process and we change things, but it would be pretty much a process that we could predict better than what we've been doing.
Okay, and that was my question. If there was an emergency with one of the vehicles that we had to replace it right away, that's something we could adjust with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the Revenue Stabilization Fund, is there an amount goal? I think you've gone deeper into it in another slide, but I just couldn't recall.
The maximum amount in that one would be $3 million. It's 10% of the prior year's expenses. So that'll change a little bit each year, but that's the rule of thumb on that. So when we get to that, right now it would be $3 million. So if we had funding and put it in there, we wouldn't have to put anything more in there until the number changes.
Okay. And then, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say each fund has a limit too. So I don't know if you were going to ask that next.
No. Okay. My next question is actually about the utility RDA. Could you give an example of what the uses of that fund were or are? Is that just utilities within the RDA district?
It would be within the RDA district, and it would be for utility related projects within that. I don't know if you're going to expand on that on your discussion. No. Okay. Yeah, I'm not an expert on the RDA at this point.
I would actually just like to clarify that a little, because we've had this come up in the past. It was being directed from or into the RDA fund, or excuse me, 150,000 out of there, but it was never designated for utilities. It just went somewhere. Because I recall specifically asking what that money was doing, what project it was going to, and the answer was there was no project that it was going to.
Well, then whoever gave you the answer was uninformed.
It is in utilities.
An example of a project?
No, I mean within the utility fund. In other words, were they replacing a transformer? Were they doing something within the redevelopment area with that money specifically for utilities? And the answer was no, they did not have any specific projects.
At that time, the money was set aside into a special account for when eligible projects happened within the RDA plan area. That would be their source of funding to take care of it. For example, they had quite a few electric system shortages on the north side of Nevada or Boulder City Parkway. And this is a fund that could have paid to resolve those quickly.
But it never did.
In that particular instance, it didn't. But the monies that had accumulated in the past were used to pay for the utility upgrades when we reconstructed Nevada Way. It's roughly $1 million, and that was funded from this specific RDA fund.
Okay.
Going forward, we are identifying them.
Right. In the executive summary, I believe we have one funded this current year.
It's in that yellow booklet.
The orange one.
There's so many colors, we're running out.
Or yellow.
Yellow for the new year.
What the fuck? Okay, so I think those were my only questions was about that utility RDA and how that was being used. And then, okay, thank you.
Councilman Harhay, did you have any questions?
I have a comment. I am continually impressed by the work product that has come from our new finance department and director. And with the creation of these 4 funds, moves us along the path for increased granularity in terms of analysis of our financial positions. So I'm very pleased to see that approach, and as we move along to bolster what Councilman Adams had mentioned, to a more transparent analysis and availability of where does the money come from, where is it going, and especially I'm looking forward to that online access that's coming next year. But all in all, good job.
Thank you. I'll pass along those comments.
with that, I'll entertain a motion then for approval of the bill.
I make a motion to approve bill number 1860.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. That will then bring us to the next item, which is item number 12, consideration of 4 resolutions, which will then actually do the magic with the money, right?
Yes. It was covered in the PowerPoint.
Okay. Any questions from council?
I guess my only question is, as far as do we have to vote on each of these, or can we vote on all of them together?
And again, thank you for that question. My preference is that we don't do things as a group, only because it can get confusing. However, we, I think, just spent some time discussing these in depth. So if anybody would like to discuss these individually, let me know, speak up now, or we will go ahead with this and consider it as a group. Okay, we'll look for a motion then for the approval of the 4 resolutions, 6997, 6998, 6999, and 7000.
I move to accept resolutions 6997, 6998, 6999, and 7000.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Council?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We'll now move to item number 13 then.
On July 9th, the City Council asked that the Historic Preservation Committee provide feedback on historic preservation efforts in the community. During the month of August, the Historic Preservation Committee discussed their priorities, and their recommendations are contained in the staff report as attachment 2. You'll also note that the committee has identified potential resources to help support these initiatives, and we're here to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from council? Councilwoman Folda?
Yes. So I just had a question. So how this is written, we have both action items prepared by staff and proposed by the Historic Preservation Committee. So I'm just wanting probably clarification of how we consider those separately or whole, or.
Well, maybe if I can help with clarification. So the attachment 1 was the totality of all the items the committee had put together, both in their prior discussions as well as at their meetings in August. But their recommendation is attachment 2. Okay. All of those items are contained in attachment 1. So it was just to illustrate the totality of what the committee was looking at and what they recommended.
Okay.
Councilman Adams?
Yeah, I would just like to commend the Historic Preservation Committee. I think this is a really excellent document, a lot of really great ideas. I do have one comment regarding item I, partner with the Art Guild for committee-related events featuring historic buildings. I'm nothing against the Art Guild. I think they're a wonderful organization. I am a little hesitant towards, specifically calling out one specific, group for them to work with when there's possibilities for working with others. That's just one comment I had. But other than that, I really do think this is an excellent plan.
Councilman Harhay, did you have any questions or comments?
No comments.
You know, again, I too believe that the Preservation Committee, and it was primarily the efforts of Blair Davenport on that committee, that she went through the strategic plan. She also had taken in consideration of what other members had said in the past. I think they came up with a good list here. My concern is that the committee also is put into their recommendations numerous items where they felt they could do some of this work. It may not be all inclusive, but they felt that they could put in an effort on several of these items where we would not be taking on extra cost from others doing this, but they in fact wanted to do some of the work that were in their recommendations. They may not be able to get things all the way to the finish line, but they can certainly do a lot of the groundwork and then have that done. As an example, there's an item in here for the update of the Janus report, the original nomination, is that correct?
That is correct.
And part of doing those nominations or surveys is having the architectural features that are in a particular neighborhood listed or identified and described as what those features are. That was what was in the original survey and nomination to the Park Service. So at least from having attended several of the Preservation Committee meetings, it seems that that survey will also help identify or update what's listed here as letter A, the update of existing guidelines for compliance, standards for rehabilitation, make them mandatory. So it seems that there are some things here that if we take care of one item, it will take care of another item with input from the committee. Does that make sense?
Certainly, the committee is going to be involved in all aspects of the evaluation of the implementation of these items. With the guidelines, and now that we are a CLG designated community, we'll be referring to SHPO and getting their guidance on how we would proceed with each of these action items as well.
And thank you for mentioning that. That was one of my notes as well. Throughout this process, the State Historic Preservation Office, or SHPO for short, they do have resources available. So again, it's not that Boulder City should be having to go out and bring in experts or consultants and redo all of this type of stuff from the starting point. There are resources out there that we can reach out to at no expense to the city. I'm just trying to clarify that. What's the expense to the city?
Certainly, and with council direction on priorities, we will be looking at how we can successfully implement those items, whether it is utilization of the committee, utilization of staff, utilization of SHPO, but in some cases, utilization of a third party to help support some of these functions.
You know, I mean, from my standpoint, I believe that we need to rely on that committee to also rank what they did, and I think that that was what they did when they went through this, was to identify where they felt they could be assistance, where SHPO might be able to help out, and where an outside expert might be needed on this. So I believe they've already done quite a bit of that within their recommendations. It may not be reflected in the compilation of the action items, but I believe they did that when they adopted their recommendations.
And hence, that's why you see the column that identifies outside resources that would help support those action items.
Okay, you know, again, I'm just trying to clarify because we have a compilation listed as action items, but then we have the actual recommendations that came from the committee that support that.
Yeah, and I guess, Mayor, if I could get clarification, because the committee has identified the priorities. They've been very specific in the action items. That column is compared to the prior strategic plan Goal D that identified historic preservation, how they tie into that. And they also show the priorities in terms of the timeframes for implementation following the strategic plan. And the fourth column that came from the committee identified additional resources that they believe will be necessary to help augment. And so with this guidance, then we will be able to provide to the council the ability to move forward with implementation utilizing all those resources.
Okay. And I guess that's what I'm looking for, is that that's the understanding, is that what they have laid out has been compiled, but we're still going to rely on their recommendations that underlie the compilation of things and still get their guidance as this process moves forward.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions or comments? So I guess at this point then, we're only looking for possible direction to staff?
That is correct.
Okay. Anyone want to take a attempt at a motion on this then?
Go for it.
I'll try it. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to, my mind just went blank, to accept the proposal from the Historic Preservation Committee. Is that enough? I don't know.
And move forward with?
Oh, sorry. And move forward with the proposed strategy actions.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is that clarified enough for you, Mr. Mays?
It is.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Votes unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Thank you.
Now move to item number 14, appraisal for taking of property at 555 Avenue G.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, for the record, Brock Armitrott, your contracts real estate manager. This was previously before you in June to seek authorization to have the property appraised for the potential sale to the adjacent property owner. City charter requires that come before council before I seek appraisals for the property, so that's why it was before you. In June, it was a 3-to-1 vote to authorize the appraisal. Since that date, there has been an election, and the 3 people who voted in the affirmative are no longer on the city council. So staff felt more comfortable bringing this back to confirm that you still wanted to move forward with the appraisal and potential sale of the property to Mr. Sterling, who owns the adjacent home to the alley. At that meeting in June, there was some concern expressed about the impact on the historic fabric of the community or the history of Boulder City. With that, we suggested to Mrs. Sterling, if he still wanted to move forward, that he first seek the recommendation or a position of the Historic Preservation Committee, which he did so in August. Their meeting minutes are included in your packet backup for reference. And for the audience's benefit, there weren't any negative comments made about the sale of this portion of the alleyway or pedestrian walkway, however we want to look at this, to Mr. Sterling for his use. It's one of those rare occasions where I'm going to suggest if you're not going to vote in the future to sell the alleyway to Mr. Sterling after we obtain appraisals, I would prefer that you would vote no today and not wait to vote no in a month or two when that comes back, so that Mr. Sterling isn't delayed any further and take whatever action he wants to take at this point forward. But if you are so inclined, then by all means, please vote yes to authorize the appraisal. Staff will arrange for that and then come back with the land sales agreement at a future date. Mrs. Sterling is here to answer any questions you may have, and I, of course, am prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
I have some, Mayor. So in the city, there's 3 parking lots that create kind of these two. Okay, so there's 6 properties basically that look similar to this, where they have an alley next to these, I don't know what you would call these parking lots that go 2 ways. This particular piece is the only one that has no access, either vehicles or pedestrians. The rest are still open. So my question, I guess, would be, is how are the other similar properties, alleyways, are they still easements? And how?
They're still dedicated to city property. And in fact, in the air photo that's in your packet, you can actually see the sister walkway on the other side. And then where California goes from parking lot back to street again, there's also sister alleyways. And I believe the Hotel Plaza, I believe, has a similar situation. Those are dedicated rights-of-way. Rights-of-way take many forms, either for vehicles or pedestrians or just open land. And the other 5 remaining still function as they were originally created back in 1930.
Okay. So my concern with this particular one is, although it's not currently working to allow pedestrians or vehicles, because it's very much a huge cinder block wall, is that the implications that it could cause on the other historic alleyways along that route. And this is why, because I live below these alleys, and when we have large events in our like Art in the Park or Works Fest, pedestrians are using those walkways to get up to the government parks. So that's my concern with this. I'm just gonna put that out there, that what effect will it have on the future of the other alleyways. And I know that we own the parking lot adjacent to this property, correct? Mm-hmm. But it's not pedestrian friendly in that there's about a 3-foot gravel pit between the parking lot and this wall. And then where the tree is in the photo is a curb. So it wouldn't be ADA, or you would be stepping over a curb. So it's not really a complete walkway next to it at the city, on the city side. So
for this particular
spot.
Correct.
Yes. So that's just that was my question, and how that affects the other alleyways, since they're still city easements.
They are, and each decision, of course, stands alone. It doesn't set precedent. Mm-hmm. So regardless what you decide to do here, if someone were to come before you for the other walkways / alleyways, it would be heard and decided on its own merits at that time, if they were to be considered at all.
Okay.
Councilman Adams?
Yeah, I have a couple questions for the applicant, if that's... so it was originally in 1983, is that correct, when you first approached the city about this?
John Sterling. 1983, I got a building permit for that building that I put on that property. In 1987, the city manager at that time, George Forbes, I tried to buy that alley. Mr. Forbes said, I will sell it to you. He called me the next day and he said, I got a problem. He said, the New Life Foundation wants to buy half of that alley, which is 12 foot wide. Well, 6 foot's not going to help me with my parking, and all it would have done would add it onto their cement 6 foot. So that's how that came about, and that's how I got the easement to use that for 32 years as parking. I did fill that in to make level parking. The city okayed the block walls. And this one picture, the reason that they took this alley out of service was in the early 80s. This was an alleyway for garbage trucks. Well, the garbage truck, I'm sure Mr. McManus will remember all these old buildings over here that was rentals years and years ago. There was service going there. The garbage truck tore out the electric service over there, and then they were destroying this alley. So that's in the early 80s is when they said no more use on the alley for the city trucks.
And so originally your intention was you wanted more space for parking?
Definitely, because of the two-story building. And at that time, I did not know that the city approved me on that building, and I had 7,300 square foot.
Sir, will you talk to the microphone, please?
Anyway, when I built that building, the city planning and zoning okayed it. Dan Cruz, building inspector, he okayed the plans. I got a final inspection from Dave Barbeau many years before you people probably remember. I'm sure Mr. Manis does. But anyway, when I found out I need 7,500 feet from Susan, she said, well, you've infringed on part of the city property with a porch that I built out too far. So the person that I am dealing with would like for me to purchase that alley so he can use the alley as the same thing as I'm using for his parking. The historic alley is still there. I have just covered up for level parking. But now this Mr. Quinn's, they have easement to the rest of this historical alley. And he has passed away, and he used to keep his motorhome on there. So that's about all I can tell you.
And so currently, you're trying to sell the house? Is that what is?
Yeah, I've got the house. I have a prospective buyer for it, but he wants to be knowing that he can use that for parking. So that's the reason that I want to purchase the alley. Which, like I said, I have used it for 32 years.
Right, and so that's where it kind of starts to get a little. For me, I start to have some concerns because it's not that I am entirely opposed to it being used for parking, but we're going to sell this land to you, and then you're going to turn around and then sell this land to somebody else, and then whether or not he has any intention of doing anything he wants to it, he could do whatever he wanted to it. He could tear it up, he could tear it out, he could.
How can you build anything on 12 foot? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the point being is that he could do, it would be his property, and that would be
right,
and you know, and for all the best intentions that he might, you know, even him might have, but then this goes down the line, and you know, so it's difficult. So myself, I never even realized growing up here that was one of these alleys, which I was familiar with Grace Community Church and the credit union, all those different ones. I never even had identified it myself. So
right. As far as a walkway, Susan, when she presented her deal to the historical committee, she said they still have access going down Wyoming, just a little ways, come up Avenue G, and there you are for everything you need. Credit union. Pardon?
Looking west.
Which one?
Looking west. My name's Roger Harris. My name's Roger Harris. I'm a Boulder City attorney and resident here. I'm assisting Mr. Sterling. Mr. Adams, in relation to what you're saying, sir, these are mini alleys. These aren't full alleys. And that's one of the reasons the city took them out of use, so the garbage trucks wouldn't be cracking into the sides and damaging the garbage trucks. When John got his easement from George Forbes 30-some years ago, okay, he got the permits to build the block wall too, because no one was using them. No one was using them, as the council lady brought up, for access through there or walking through there, because about 3 feet to the right is the parking lot. You've seen the pictures of the parking lot. And about 25 or 30 feet to the west is G Street. Okay, so there's plenty of walkways in that area right there to get up to Art in the Park or anything there. It's just this alley, this mini alley, has no functional purpose. And there's nothing regarding, we went to the historical committee, historical preservation committee, so they could try to determine whether or not there was any deprivation in the historical value of this alley by selling it, taking it out of the public sector and making it into the private sector. And I did hear some talk earlier this evening about private and public partnerships. regarding that. And it's a little money for the city with absolutely no change or deprivation, like I say, in the usage or the site of the alley, the mini alley.
And so that, I just I do disagree somewhat with the Historic Preservation Committee's idea in that it is not of detriment to our, to the historic fabric. I mean, Sacco DeBoer, the original designer who was the original designer of Boulder City's footprint, he was a distinguished city planner. It wasn't just anybody that the federal government hired to make these plans. He was incredibly distinguished, and not only did he go on to receive numerous awards throughout his lifetimes for excellency in planning, but a number of awards today throughout the country are named after Mr. DeBoer for excellence in planning, including the Nevada chapter of the Planning Association of America. They have the DeBoer Award for excellence in planning. So this isn't just some guy who had a piece of graph paper and a pencil and a ruler and made a map. Everything had a function and everything had a purpose. I think, the unique design of Boulder City is part of what makes us so distinctive. It makes, we enjoy that every day when we're walking downtown in the streets and enjoying the parks. That was, a lot of this design is very emblematic of what made him so profound. He was a luminary in his field. And so is this one little alley, if we were to look at the whole picture of the footprint as the human body, right? Maybe this is a pinky toe, and we could stand up without a pinky toe after rehabilitation and all that sort of stuff. But suddenly, just because we can do that doesn't mean we want to just get rid of the pinky toe because it's not absolutely necessary. I can't say how many of these design features of Mr. DeBoer's are no longer here, but the more we start to let them be chipped away at, that's where I see the real risk here. And so I just have a lot of concerns. If the plan was here to you wanted to remain here, have the car parked, that to me I understand. But now we're talking about changing of ownership of this property to potentially having new owners, and then down the line, who knows where that goes. And that's where I have concern. It's not currently with the current owner and how he's using it. It's the potential down the road.
Well, again, this is only half the alley. Okay, there is an easement for the back half of the alley between the Wyoming section and the 70 feet before Mr. Sterling's property, which is just sitting there basically breaking up the concrete. Mr. Sterling has improved this by putting in the block wall and by rocking in the area. So the enhancement of the historic value has been increased rather than just looking at a broken bunch of concrete laying on the ground.
I do think some might disagree that the historic value was improved upon by the additions. I'll leave it at that for right now, but I'm just very uncomfortable with this. Like I said, it's not the current use, the current owner, it's this down the line that has me very concerned.
Councilman Harhay, did you have any questions or comments? Well, I have a question. Well, first, I want to compliment you, Mr. Harris, on being an advocate for your client and minimizing everything about keeping the things the way the city was originally built and calling a garage sitting in the middle of a sidewalk an improvement or a historic improvement. But I do have a question for you with regard to these easements and building permits. Do you have a copy of the easement?
I do.
Would you mind bringing it up so that council can take a look at it? It's not been included in our materials. And also, if you have copies of any building permits?
That I do not.
No, I'd have to go up to city and get those.
Well, I've been informed by city staff that there are no building permits. Thank you, sir.
Well, there have to be building permits.
Mr. Mays, would you be able to indicate whether that's been researched or not?
Correct. There, for the second story access, And the carport, we don't have building permits for either one of those
No,
items.
the carport you do not. I have explained that to Susan, why that was not handled correctly by my contractor. And
And the encroachment into the easement with the second-story access.
yeah, that.
We don't have a permit for that either.
No, because that's encroaching 2 foot over that alley, so that's one other reason that I would like to purchase it, so I don't have to tear up the porch to get it off the city property. And if I buy the property, the city doesn't own it, I do. It's what's, you know.
So are there any permits on file for this property?
The only permit is for the CMU block wall, which was in conjunction with the encroachment to create that wall approximately 30 years ago.
Okay, and that CMU wall that you're referring to, was that parallel to the property or perpendicular or both? In other words, did that permit call for making an enclosure within that space of that walkway?
Well, it's not a complete enclosure, it's on two sides. And that's what the permit was for, is for the block wall.
Okay, I'm still not clear which two sides. Are we talking about running parallel to the Mr. Sterling's property, or one parallel, one perpendicular?
When the wall was built, it's my understanding that it was for the perpendicular and parallel wall total.
Okay, thank you.
We have a picture if you want to see the wall.
I've driven by the property. Any other members? And I believe we have some photographs in our packet as well.
I cannot believe that we got building.
I wanted to share that I've walked by there, I've seen this, and I too have concerns, first of all, about encroachment on city property, and then years later saying, well, I've been using it, and this is what it is, and now I want to sell the property, and now buy that piece. And the fact that it's part of an alleyway, whether or not a garbage truck can go down that, it's still part of an original design of the community. It looked like there was a revocable easement offered that could be used. And I too am uncomfortable with the fact that upon purchase of that property, even if it's only 12 feet by 70, adjacent to the house, that it could be used for an extension, it could be used for, 12 foot is still 12 feet. That's been my thinking ever since this was originally presented to me, so just wanted to share that.
Well, there's not much further to go where the parking lot, the city's, from the Smith Center's parking lot is located right to the east of there.
Yeah.
So there's not much you could build on that 12 feet.
You'd have to be 5 foot from the city lot or city parking over there to build anything, so that would take it down to 7 foot. But I know he doesn't want to build anything. He just wants it for parking. The only alternative is he'd have to get an easement like I got.
Well, I think the easement, though, was not considered to be where the city was giving up ownership of the land. Is that correct? At least that's what this document appears to be.
Yeah, no.
As a matter of fact, it looks like this document is saying that's the understanding, is the city's not selling the land and not giving up title to the land.
At that time.
And matter of fact, there's a statement in here that access by the city would be maintained at all times.
Access meaning, I'm sorry.
Now let me find it in here. Well, it starts out with, the city does hereby grant the user permission on a revocable basis, which indicates to me that that means it's not permanent. Revocable means that it's not
Right,
permanent.
yeah, right.
Revocable basis as described herein, the right to enter upon Boulder City's private property for the purpose of fencing and ingress egress over the following described property. It then goes on to describe the plat number of your residence there. The user hereby consents and agrees that the above area used solely for the purpose stated above, and further agrees and consents to provide the city immediate access at all times for the purpose of maintaining, operating, replacing, or adding to city-owned or city-approved facilities from time to time on a continuing basis as solely determined by the city.
Right, and in 37 years or 35 years, there's been nothing done by the city to either maintain or access the property.
But there was additional work done by Mr. Sterling.
Correct.
Which further encumbered the property beyond what this original easement granted.
But that wall was permitted.
The wall was permitted. But I don't see where they're talking about a roof or a staircase or a landing or a second floor encroachment on the property line. I don't see that within this easement.
No, because that wasn't there at the time.
Okay, and
that was what was separately built, how many years later? Or how many years?
When that was built, 1987.
Okay, and it goes on to say, further, in the event it is necessary for the city or the city's approved representative or other franchise utility to enter upon the above described easement area, the user agrees to replace at the user's sole expense any and all material necessarily displaced during the action of maintaining, operating, replacing, or adding to of, I'm not sure that that's correct, but to of facilities approved by the city. So it seems to me that this easement was written in such a way that the understanding with the property owner was, yes, you can go ahead and use it for now, but at any time, this can be revoked.
Right.
And then the property owner went on to further make that more difficult, that should the city say, no, we want the property back now, it would be even more difficult to restore that to what it had been. And we find no permits for that. Mr. Luttrell, you had something you wanted to add?
It does show a permit, right, for the building down below, but not up above? Is that what you're saying?
I am referring, Mayor, to the stair landing as well as the carport. We do not have permits for those.
Yeah, the carport, like I said, I talked to Susan about that, and that's on my shoulder because of the contractor. Because I told him I wanted a carport. I went out of town for 10 or 14 days with a good friend of mine from Ace Hardware. And I come back and he said, your carport's up. And I figured since he got a permit for this, he got a permit for that, but he didn't. So Susan knows it's on my shoulders to get a permit if I get the alley. If I don't, then I tear it down.
Mr. Luttrell, you had something you wanted to offer?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that we do have an electrical line that runs east-west across that easement. And that's most likely why that language is in there, that the city may need to access that at some point.
That's a distribution line, or, I mean, it's not a line that only services Mr. Sterling's property?
I believe it comes across the city parking lot, across the alley, and then goes south. So no, it's not just serving that one house.
Okay, and it's underground or overhead?
I believe it's underground.
Okay.
I have to be.
So potentially this structure has been built then on top of city infrastructure, the electrical system?
I think the location that it ties in would be on the southeast corner of that parcel. So I don't know if it's directly under it. If it is, it's not by much, but.
Okay. Councilman Hare, did you have any questions or concerns? Okay. Any other members of council have additional questions or concerns?
I have a question for staff. Where that carport is that even, that's in a, that's right on the setback. So would that even be able to be permitted? Or would it need a variance as well?
Carports can be built up to the property line under certain conditions, as long as you have openings on multiple sides and not gates and closing. So we do have carports throughout the community that are on the property line.
But the staircase, would that need a variance as well? Or
With the purchase of the land, with our staff's review, it's my understanding that the staircase would not, and so that was part of the reason why the applicant was seeking the acquisition to address those items.
And if the property sold, the easement does not transfer over. The new owner would have to get a new easement. Is that correct?
Well, I think, and Mr. Armentrout will correct me if I'm wrong, the understanding here is with the sale of the property, we would ensure that any necessary easements would remain in place so that we can address our utilities.
Okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Adams?
I'll just have this one comment that, this is where this becomes very difficult, because on the one hand, I don't want to overburden you in any additional thing. You're just trying to sell your house. You've enjoyed it like this for 37 plus years. But it does beg a lot of questions. If this was, if this was just anywhere else almost, if you were going out and, this was coming out into the desert versus, coming out onto, into our historic district, to me, that's different. And where I've said this before, and I guess I'll say this again, I am just concerned that we are now, with the sale of the land, we are then selling, which you are then selling in turn to somebody else. That is where the problem is. He could tear it up if he wants to. I don't like this. Now I want to do gravel, rock yard or something, all of those sorts of things. That's when it starts to really get away at this form, the original footprint of our city, which again was designed by one of the, most prominent, city planners of his day. That, we should cherish that. That's, and I'm concerned that we're not if we were to approve the sale, so.
I have other property in a historical district, and it looks as good as this one. Now, if you go through your historical district and look at some of the stuff these are people that are doing to this historical, there's where the complaint should be, not with people that take care of properties like this. And like I said, I hate to say that, but I go up and down these streets every day taking my dog for walks. And we used to have code enforcement. I don't know what's happened, but I'm sure you've drove up and down these streets. We got people parking in the front yards, no yards taken care of, and it's a shame what is happening in the historical district. That's what we should be worried about.
And I wholeheartedly agree with you, sir. Absolutely. At this time, this is, the item in front of us that we can.
I understand that.
Mr. Adams, what is the historical value of this broken up alley?
So I believe I discussed the importance of.
You're talking about a design.
Yes.
All right. Okay, which you're very familiar with conceptually, because you obviously grew up here, you know a lot about the history. But what I'm saying is, wouldn't you want, as John says, the property to look improved, enhanced, nice, or are you satisfied with the historical image if it looks like this?
Mr. Harris?
Sir.
That's actually city-owned property that an easement has been provided for.
Right.
Right. So if the city chose to repair the concrete there, I mean, we have a lot of cracked sidewalks in our city, but I don't know that that detracts from the design, the original design. It's a maintenance issue.
Well, that was, all the way up was like that. When I made it level parking, that alley was tore up that bad then, and that was from the city trucks going up and down there. And they took the city trucks off of that. It was a one-way alley from Wyoming north. They put that alley out of service because they were tearing it up that bad. And now, I don't know if the city wants to go and redo this alley and put down new cement. I have no idea.
Again, what I'm getting at is Mr. Harris's argument that just because the concrete's cracked, there's no purpose in preserving it.
No, that's not my argument, Mayor. My argument is that...
your argument.
That's not my argument is that Mr. Sterling has enhanced the preservation by fixing up and repairing that property, whereas the other side of the alley has been left to
deteriorate
over 35, 40 years.
Well, I have to say that I think Mr. Adams has a point in that these structures, walkways, alleyways, I think you use the term mini alleyways, these structures, whatever they are, was part of the original design of Boulder City. And the construction of a building on top of that alters that irrevocably. In other words, I don't see how that enhances the design of Boulder City. Okay. Any other questions or comments from council?
Anything else we want to tell? Anything else we can say?
Mr. Sterling, is there anything else you wish to offer?
No, I appreciate your people's time and looking into this matter.
Thank you. So I guess the action before us is to reauthorize whether an appraisal is appropriate. Okay, all those in favor then of reauthorizing the appraisal, please say aye.
Do we need a motion first?
Do we need the motion, or are we just doing an authorization? In the form of a motion? Okay, then I will move. All those in favor of reauthorizing the appraisal, please say aye. Excuse me, is there a second?
I will second.
All those in favor? All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. The appraisal is not reauthorized.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to item number 15, the capital improvement project list.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Keegan Littrell, Public Works Director, here to give you the biannual capital improvement update. The last time we gave you the update was on February 26th of 2019. I've kind of got it broken up into different fiscal years. We had some projects that were lagging, haven't been completed yet, but they've since been completed, as you'll see here shortly. In 2018-19, we had approximately $9.4 million worth of projects that were completed. Highlighting a few of them, we got the LADWP building repainted. Actually, we had 60 days for the contract, and they actually got it done in 4. They brought pretty much everybody they had in their crew, and they got it done as quickly as possible, and I've heard many good things about it. Another update, not the sexiest of pictures, but a very important picture. PRV that needed to be replaced. As Utilities Director Porter had mentioned in our workshop, we do have some very high pressure lines that are running down the hills, and these PRVs reduce that pressure so we don't blow out some of the lines. So it is a vital project.
Just for clarification, PRV,
Pressure reducing valve. Yes.
And the reason that's important to the homeowner is so that maybe things like an old water heater don't blow up
and you don't get blown out of your shower. Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah. Another much needed project that we finished in the last 6 months, the pool heater was replaced at our municipal pool. Also, we replaced the backstop at Wayland Field. Heard many praises on that project also. That was open for, I can't remember the name of the tournament. We were, Parks and, what?
Vegas Valley.
The Vegas Valley tournament. It was open for that tournament. I'm not going to read through every one of these. I'll hit some of the highlights. One of the ones that we're happy to have done is Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the El Dorado Valley water line. Another highlight is the feeders on Avenue G in New Mexico. That was almost a $900,000 electrical project that we went underground with much of the distribution and replaced a lot of the aging infrastructure. Another one that's recently completed is the North Railroad Conveyance, almost a $2.4 million flood control project, funding coming from the flood control. We're happy to spend those dollars. Another one, it was multiple phases. Not all of it was completed in the last 6 months, but the project was wrapped up, is the Gingerwood Mobile Home service upgrades. And that grand total just shy of $2.6 million. We still have some ongoing projects from the 18-19 fiscal year. I do need to apologize. I noticed earlier, and as was pointed out in public comment, that $28.8 million is not accurate. There was some confusion or misinformation. The Parkway project was somewhat double dipped. Correcting that now, so it should be about 10.7 million for the 18-19 ongoing projects. The Parkway project actually started a couple years ago with the design and everything like that, so that's why it was accidentally put in the 18-19. The construction was actually awarded in 19-20. So you'll see a slide on that in a minute, but it's just out of order. Fire department remodel. I'm sure the fire chief is very happy that this one is near completion. A couple more weeks, they're hoping to have everything done down there. And I have to say everything's looking real great, and chief said all of his staff is very happy about it. That was a contract award of $724,000. And here's the complete street. Out of order, like I said, it should be in 1920. This is an $18 million project, of which 16.85 is coming from RTC. NDOT also chipped in $640,000 to do some more extensive asphalt repairs, which, like, one of the best examples is near Chili Jilly's. The asphalt's alligating. There's some rutting out there, so they chipped in so we could do full depth repairs on that and fix that. The only city funds that are being allocated for this project is about $700,000 for water and sewer. As I've mentioned before, when we got the street opened up, best time to replace the aging infrastructure. I believe the water line was originally installed back in 1969, so it's due to be replaced. Another one we're happy to say is about to commence is the BC Tap substation. That's a $2.6 million project. I know there's been lots of questions about the transformer out there, but the contractor is planning to start in October. We wanted them to hold off until it started cooling off, just in case there's any issues. We didn't want anybody to be without AC during the summer. I know I'm going kind of fast. If you have any questions, please stop me.
It's late.
I know.
And the pictures are great.
Okay. Summarizing a couple of these, we do have the City Hall facilities management study going on. I know the consultant was actually out here analyzing the last couple buildings, and they still have to put the dollar amounts to that to get us the final report. Other than that, everything's complete, so we anticipate getting that very soon. Fire chief's also getting a new fire engine, Unit 530. The truck has actually been ordered. 69 kV loop. That project has been awarded a while ago, but it's actually commencing this October. Poles are supposed to be starting to get delivered end of October, so the contractor wants to get out there beginning to middle of October, start pouring the concrete foundation, so we'll see some action out there very soon. And that was a $4 million project there. Another electrical project upgrading our aging infrastructure is the 4 kV to 12 kV. It's kind of an ongoing project. We've been working on it for a number of years. From 18-19, we have 1.2 million, and then you'll see later on that we have another 4 kV to 12 kV is another 1.2 million. Moving on to this current year, and that is an accurate number, almost $27 million, of which is the $18 million for the BC Parkway. Oops. Some much needed park irrigation renovations. We actually have a much larger one that's you'll see in the future slides. This one's for Oasis and Wilbur Park. We need to start doing some irrigation replacements. Minor project compared to some of the ones we were talking about before, but much needed. Something that we talked about during the last budget process was trying to bring more work in-house, and that's why council allowed us to hire an HVAC technician, a plumber, some other building maintenance workers. So we have $140,000 in this year's budget for replacing AC units, and we're planning on doing as much as possible in-house. We should be able to do quite a bit more, stretch those dollars by doing the work ourselves. Very long list of ongoing projects. A lot of these are in the planning stages or preliminary stages, but they are moving forward. You'll see at the top the bistro lighting. That one, city manager is very happy to hear that poles have been shipped. They're anticipated to show up any day. We're going to do our test run right here on Arizona Street from Nevada, 1 block east. You'll see you'll see our streets crews out there starting to put the bases in for those poles next week. And then the next, 5 slides, those are all RTC projects. Intersection improvements is a design and study. The design is for Adams and Vets Memorial, and then we also want to study the intersection out here at Arizona and Nevada Way, with there only being one stop sign, kind of a weird angle there. We just want to check to see if there's better ideas to improve safety. School zone crosswalk, another project we're going to do in-house, but RTC is going to pay for. The sidewalk hazard evaluation, our guys are already working on that. You just mentioned we got lots of cracked sidewalks, so you'll see that every year in CIP, and if we can, we're going to try to ramp that up more and more just to try to get ahead of it. We got our annual crack and slurry seal program. That's another one that I mentioned in our workshop here a couple weeks ago. That is, it's been ongoing, about $500,000. We need to ramp that up. We just recently had a pavement study done where we don't have the final report yet. It was near final report, so we started looking at some of those. And you're supposed to re-slurry a street about every 7 years. So in order to do that, we're going to have to almost triple our crack and slurry seal program. So it might be I wouldn't say around the year project, but there'll be a spring and a fall so we can get all that done. Another one that we recently found out that RTC would pay for is converting our lights to LED. They feel that's a great safety improvement, so we're going to be getting RTC funding for that. And that's also done in-house, so we can stretch those dollars even further. A lot of the other ones are Parks and Rec. They're a lot of them in their beginning stages. I know Miss Calloway here, she's been trying to get quotes for like the shade structures. She's working with her staff trying to pick away at some of these smaller projects. And then you'll see the bottom two plus quite a few on this list are for the golf course, which are also a lot of those low dollar amounts but much needed projects. And with Andy being new on board there, he's assessing that stuff, and he's starting to pick away at some of those projects with the assistance of Parks and Rec and where needed Public Works Engineering. A big ticket item there, you'll see the BC tap to Buchanan overhead. That'll connect to that new transformer that we're going to put in place in October, carry it down Adams and down Buchanan. We actually just opened RFPs on that project, and very disappointedly, we found out there was only one person that turned in an RFP. Reading through the NRS, we got to do a little deeper digging, but we're afraid we might have to re-advertise that with only one person submitting an RFP on that. Hopefully we can figure out a way to make it work, but we might have to open that back up. Another one that we're currently putting the bid documents together in-house is the copper service replacement project. That's going to be an ongoing project. We know we have about, I think it's 120, about another 120 services that we have to replace. So we're putting that package together, and we'll go out and start replacing those so we don't have people having leaky water. We do have a few projects that are on hold. You see the $540,000 for various reasons. The first one, like I said, Andy being the new manager out at the golf course, he's assessing everything out there. He wants to see if he really needs to replace that at this time. The next two for the police department, we've actually recently formed a security committee, and so we're analyzing those two, so we're not moving forward with those right at this time until the security committee can come up with recommendations. The following two, the city shops renovation and expansion. Like I said, the facility study, we're about to receive the final draft on that. We don't want to move forward with any of that stuff until we have that final report and know a direction. It wouldn't be good for us to start putting money into stuff if we needed to go a different direction. And the last one, we got a big surprise when we tried to get quotes to change the lights out on the fields. I can't recall what we estimated for that, but it came in at $3 million. It was quite a bit more than what the estimate is. I'm somewhat familiar with that. We built some recent parks at my last job, and they're very proud of those lights. That $3 million is an accurate number.
We may have to look at a lot of daytime scheduling.
Yes, yeah. Oh yeah, they're very proud of those. And then for future projects, these are projects in the 1920 approved CIP, $6 million that haven't begun yet. We're trying to get them coordinated. We want to do the renovation in front of the Parks and Rec building. The maintenance yard, as you can see by that center picture, the asphalt's falling apart, so that's on the plan. Some more projects. The street reconstruction, as I said, we've got a preliminary final draft of the pavement assessment. For the street reconstruction, we're looking at doing Wyoming east of Utah. I don't know if anybody's drove that recently, but there's some very large cracking going on. We might do some temporary patches to make it safer right now, and then move forward. Most likely it would be this spring before we could move forward on that. Also another RTC funded project. Another big ticket item at the bottom is the irrigation system design for the Muni course. We're in the preliminary stages right now. We're reviewing the contracts. $1 million project is estimated for that. A lot of the ones on this page here were I wouldn't say they're on hold, but they kind of are. We're waiting for the water and wastewater studies to wrap up. We know we have water mains, sewer mains to replace or relocate just with the aging infrastructure. But we don't want to, we know some of the problem areas, but we don't want to just start diving in and then when Mr. Porter gets his studies back, we realize, oh no, we should have spent those money there. So we're going to hold off for the minute while we get those. And then, as I said earlier, that 4 kV to 12 kV, different title here, but same project, another $1.2 million. We're reviewing the contracts so we can send that out to try to get the bids on that. Again, went fairly quick through that, but happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions, council? Councilman Adams?
Yeah, so just a couple of, I'll start with a comment here first. The LADWP building that was painted, it looks excellent. However, I did notice when I went by that all of the hinges on all of the windows and everything were painted over. Are you guys aware of that? Are you guys planning on addressing that?
We did hear that, and I was told that the windows were exercised. I haven't confirmed myself, but supposedly they're still working.
Okay. And then also along historic preservation, the poles for the bistro lighting in downtown. One of the concerns at the Historic Preservation Committee meeting when this was very first discussed was the effect it will have on the historic nature of that space. Are these poles permanent structures?
No, as I said, next week you'll see our streets crews out there. They'll be saw cutting the concrete, maybe a foot by a foot, so they can put concrete in with the bolts to hold the poles. So if, and like I said, it's also a trial run, so if for some reason this wanted to be removed, we can unbolt those poles and cut off the bolts or remove that concrete and replace it.
Okay, and then, because I have seen bistro lighting across Arizona before, it looks incredibly nice, but there was never any poles needed to support that at that time. Were other options considered for stringing the bistro lights across Arizona?
I thought, oh.
So if I may interject, this is not just for bistro lighting, but it also leaves the option to be able to hang holiday lighting, hang banners, or it gives us options for more than just a string of lights. If it's a string of lights, you would need such a heavy-duty pole, but we want to make sure that we allow for different options that the city may want to consider in the future.
It's like I'm not entirely opposed to the idea of that beautification, that thing, but we just got done having a conversation about the importance of maintaining the historical aspect of that downtown area, and I start to get concerned about like that can have when, so I'm expressing those concerns. And then the only other comment in general is I have received a number of comments from the public, after the CIP workshop that we had and stuff that, and I discussed this a little bit during our briefing, is that, people see these big numbers and, the big question on everybody's mind is the pool. And so I just think moving forward, we have to be very aware that, we should really, that should be the priority. Now, that doesn't mean we should be ignoring other things that need to be addressed, but, there is a priority list, and right now that pool is number one. So any area where we can say, not now, gotta focus on the pool, I think we need to be prioritizing that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just, one word, hollyhocks. There are a number of people who would love to be contacted, and I don't know if you are the person or who would be, to replant hollyhocks around the LA Power and Water building.
We've actually heard that from a number of citizens. Speaking with our landscape supervisor and others, our biggest concern is, partly maintenance, but there was transients living behind it, and they can hide very well behind there. I guess some people have been scared when they're coming out from behind there. I'm not saying we can't do it. I'm just telling you those are the concerns that were expressed to me.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate that I'm getting a lot of concerns still on the the Boulder City Parkway Complete Street and how the final design is actually going to look, and the landscaping being used, and how that's all going to be done. So I just want to reiterate that there's a lot of people still who are concerned about what's being put out there, and hope that we can, discuss that with our landscapers and engineers and the contract that we have as they plan on creating that parkway.
Were you looking for a comment?
Just wanted it on public record.
So as you are aware, the council approved an RFP, and the project is now ongoing. That includes landscaping that was approved. All of the construction components were coordinated with all of the business along the way, who were given the opportunity to comment on a variety of things: access points, median, how long these medians were, whether or not it also included landscaping. One of the issues that a multitude of the businesses were concerned about was any landscaping, particularly trees that will be planted, that if those trees block the potential view of the motorists as they're traveling to be able to see the businesses, that would be problematic. Don't know if that led to ultimately, in part, the landscaping palette that was selected for this particular project. But we are checking with RTC to see if there are any costs associated with, at this point, changing that. Typically, when you change anything in a project that's already been awarded, there are you have to do change orders. Typically, there's change requests. Architects have to then go in, change the plans. Ultimately, your as-builts now, so it's a number of issues that we may need to look at if, in fact, the council is contemplating. We may still be within time to do it. I don't know if that is additional cost or not. We are checking into it to see whether or not there's an opportunity. If we can change it, it's very likely that it will postpone, or not postpone, but lengthen the timeline of the project, because then it would be a substantial change, potentially. Don't know, but we're at least looking into it at this point.
Right. So I just want to reiterate, I was at a lot of those meetings where they received input from the public and the businessmen and business people that live or that operate along that route. And I know that we can't please everyone, but there was a lot of things that were pushed forward that were not, I feel like, the common consent of the people who participated in those public comments. And, this project is happening now with this council, and I want it to be something that could put my stamp on. And what's happened with the historic district and the way that I wasn't here for that, but there's still currently trees right in front of stop signs and street signs and crosswalk signs. And I think that we need to fix those mistakes and make sure that that doesn't happen on a road that's twice as big, where there's those concerns. So I just want to make sure I'm continuing to get public input on those, and so I just want to make sure that staff is aware of those concerns.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councilman Harhay, any questions or comments? Regarding the palm trees, I've been saying it for 2 years before the plans were finalized. I just want that on record.
Yep.
I just want on record that business owners had said, don't put a palm tree in front of my business. I hope I'm on record. Palm trees have been opposed from early on, prior to plans being finalized. Also, the suggestion was made that rather than trying to get plants in here that aren't native, that we try and rely on low water usage, low maintenance, low plants, period, to help with some of those vision issues.
Yeah, I know a lot of I don't know if a lot, there are plants that will have irrigation run to them, but after like the first year, once they become established, they won't need the water. So they have addressed some of that, but obviously not the palm tree issue.
Well, there was some pretty lush landscaping in the original plans, I know that. One other thing too, and I've mentioned it before, and I know it's difficult to do, but I think Councilman Adams had mentioned, a lot of folks are saying, gee, if we have all that money, why aren't we doing something about the pool? And I think, it's not that there's any intention to mislead anyone, it's just kind of the nature of it. But if we pull out all the money that's not ours, not directly Boulder City's out of these projects, all of a sudden that total just absolutely collapses because we're getting money from RTC, a significant amount of money from RTC for this. And I think, in trying to look for a way to help our citizens understand when they're seeing these numbers, that's not our tax dollars. That's help from outside that's paying an extensive amount of these projects. So I'm not sure how it can be expressed. Maybe if there can be a total in there saying Boulder City funded, other agency funded. But, we look at these big dollar amounts and it's like, well, gee, we have all this money. What is our total general fund budget? Somewhere around 34 million. We have projects that almost equal half that amount. So we're fortunate that we have agencies like the RTC that can contribute to maintaining and improving our community. But I think it gets a little misleading about how much money we actually have to spend. Not in a deliberate way.
Yeah.
It's just that's the way the appearance comes out when we talk about these projects. And I know we're not done with the capital improvement projects. We'll be talking about it for a while, right?
Yeah, I'll be back here tomorrow at 3.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Luttrell. I appreciate that. With that, we will move to item number 17, the city manager report.
Mayor and council, there are routine items under the financial reports, nothing to report.
Thank you. Any questions from council on the city manager report? Okay, that brings us to our last public comment period. Anyone who's still awake and wishing to speak, please step forward. Seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public comment period. That will bring us to our council reports. We'll start with Councilwoman Folda.
Okay. Have the opportunity, like we said earlier, to participate in the conference for the Nevada League of Cities, and that's going on this week. And then I also want to remind everyone that National Night Out is coming up on Tuesday, October 1st, and it goes from 6 to 9 o'clock at Veterans Memorial Park. And our fire and law enforcement will be there with their vehicles, and they'll have bounce houses and a tournament, so it'll be a good time for everyone.
Well, I really wanted to show you 30 slides in about a 20-minute video. I won't. I had the opportunity to get a tour of the L3PS, Low Lake Level Pumping Station, and the AMS pump treatment plant. It was really amazing. And I did get some wonderful pictures and a really neat video about how they actually place these large pumps in the ground with all the pipes, and that we were standing on the equivalent of a 50-story building. Mr. Porter was there and got the tour with John Ensminger from the SNWA and an engineer, and then we got to meet with a biologist out at the Las Vegas Wash and look at the weirs. wasn't quite sure what a weir was, and I think I understand a little bit more now. But it's pretty amazing when you look out there over the lake and you just see these little buildings, and when you're actually up close and personal and seeing how big and humongous this project really is. So that's, yes, and also being at this Nevada League of Cities conference for 3 days.
Thank you. Councilman Adams?
Yep, I was, today I spent some time at the Nevada League of Cities conference. I had a great time, very informative. I'll be there again tomorrow. Coming up on the Health District Board, we're going to be voting on new environmental health fees. So if you are interested in that, a lot of it revolves around essentially fees regarding restaurants. So if you're interested, certainly pay attention to that. That's all I got.
Thank you. Councilman Harhay? I'll just follow up a little bit on what Councilwoman Folda had said. It's now less than 100, safe to go outside again. That means we have a lot of events coming up. We had Chautauqua this past weekend. We have Wurst Fest this weekend. We have Art in the Park. We have Pooch Parade. Fun for all. And then on a sadder note, there were 2 people that passed away recently here in Boulder City that were really pillars of this community. Laura Kelly Smith and Vernon Burke both recently passed, unfortunately. These were people that have been a part of this committee for decades. Laura Kelly Smith's family moved here. Her father was one of the original construction workers on Hoover Dam. She lived in Ragtown with her family. They watched the Colorado turn into Lake Mead. She was an outstanding person, someone that I knew, that my parents had known, a very nice person. Vernon Burke is someone that I did not know personally, but all you have to do is walk around our uptown area here and see all the sculptures that are there. That was his and his wife's effort. An outstanding job, and again, very sorry to see those folks leave us. And with that, we are adjourned for this evening. Thank you.
Oh, I know.